Batman's Owl Godfather. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101 The Eternal Alley. Katoom hadn't expected the 17-year-old Voldemort to harbor such thoughts. Though he denied it verbally, he had woven a new narrative for himself in his dreams. His parents truly loved each other, and he was born out of love. He had fully respected his mother's wishes and refused to force a replacement father on him. He even obliterated the truth of his father's death. In reality, old Tom was killed by young Tom himself, but now it had been said to be a car accident. I wonder if Voldemort hesitated even for a second as he murdered his father. Alice, bitter, Katoom cried out twice, a sigh of sympathy for Voldemort. The obsession Lockhart had once described, unable to obtain, unable to let go, was also manifested in Voldemort. Katoom had no intention of waking Voldemort. He was content to support his mother in his dreams, leaving him alone. He had merely passed through his dream, on his way to Bruce. The owl flapped its wings and flew out the window, soaring and soaring until it finally reached the edge of the dream. There, one could see countless balls of light floating outside. Those were dreams. As the carrier of that silver light, the diary connected all the dreams. What a chaotic feeling. Although clearly connected to Bruce's soul, the owl couldn't find which ball of light belonged to the little bat. He could only believe in the bond between them. Katoom randomly chose a ball of light and flew in. Bruce, here I come. I have always held a belief to bring harmony where there is conflict, to promote truth where there is fallacy, to bring faith where there is doubt, to rouse hope where there is disappointment. Thank you everyone. From today on, I will give the world a brand new magical world. In a place that looked like a parliament, Hermione, dressed in adult clothes, stood on the stage and swore an oath to the members of Parliament below. Everyone in the stage was a familiar face. Harry, Ron, Neville, all looked like children, dressed as adults. It was as if the whole Hogwarts had been moved here. Katoom appeared out of thin air, and then sighed helplessly. She had come to the wrong place. This was Hermione's dream. He had already believed in the bond with Bruce, but he still made a mistake. It can be seen that the responsibility lies entirely with Bruce. When he wakes up, he must reflect on it. The inaugural speech on the stage was over, and Hermione took office as the head of the Ministry of Magic. She had never seen what the Ministry of Magic looked like, so it was a one-to-one replica of Buckingham Palace that she had seen on TV. Hermione sat behind her desk, opposite her cousin Bruce, who was nodding and bowing. Bruce, from today on, I appoint you as the first secretary to help me with various matters. Thank you, cousin. Bruce in the dream suddenly smiled. Hermione frowned. How many times have I told you? She criticized. You should use your title when you are working. Yes, Minister. Katoom saw the whole scene. He even waited for a while, but he didn't see what he wanted to see. Suddenly, the owl cursed. Damn Hermione, I've been so good to you for nothing. He was furious. You are the Minister of Magic. Why don't you erect a statue for me? Katoom turned and flew out of the dream. Hermione didn't deserve to be awakened. Katoom tried many dreams afterwards. He saw Harry with both parents, saw Malfoy who was loyal to Harry, saw Ron who was admired by everyone, and saw Neville with his family reunited. Wait. When passing by Neville's dream, the owl stopped for a moment. Neville, who was usually introverted, was with his parents at this moment, smiling happily. Katoom thought about it. Neville's parents are not dead yet, right? They were tortured crazy by the Death Eaters and are now in a mental hospital. In this case, there is still hope. I will put pressure on Bruce about this matter some other day and see if you will find a way to help Neville. Katoom left Neville's dream and went to the next one. Just as he entered this dream, everything around him suddenly darkened, all the magical elements disappeared, and instead there was a city in the dark. Gotham. Finally found you. Katoom flapped its wings and took flight, scanning the city for any trace of the bat. Sure enough, he found it. Bruce wasn't dreaming like an adult. He was still a child, even younger. 12 years old, he was 8 again. He was back to the night that changed his life, Bruce and his parents had just finished watching The Mask of Zorro and were on their way home. But how did he become Zorro? The innocent Bruce was still engrossed in the performance. Why can't I be Zorro? He even danced around, imitating the Zorro he had just seen in front of his mother. Haha, his father, Thomas Wayne, laughed heartily. I'm not so sure Gotham would welcome a man in a mask taking the law into his own hands. The sad truth is, they'd probably end up throwing someone like Zorro in Arkham Asylum. What? Bruce didn't quite understand. Who was his father referring to as they? He didn't even catch the rest of the conversation, only remembering Zorro is going to Arkham. Unconsciously, the alley of fate was almost here. Katoom stood on a streetlight, quietly watching the Wayne family. He didn't wake Bruce immediately, but let the dream continue. He wanted to see if the object that trapped Bruce was still there. Although Katoom made no sound, Bruce looked up as the Wayne family passed him, as if sensing something. Mom, look, an owl, little Bruce said happily, pointing at Katoom. He didn't know why the sight of an owl made him so happy. Martha smiled and said to her son, seeing an owl means we'll have good luck tonight. Bruce, you should show it some kindness. In Western culture, owls are considered symbols of luck and wisdom. Okay, Bruce listened to his mother's words and smiled, waving to Katoom. Meanwhile, Thomas's expression suddenly changed after seeing the owl. It seemed as if the word owl was something taboo for him. Let's go. He grabbed Bruce and quickened his pace, entering the alley. Katoom watched them go. A moment later, 2 gunshots rang out, and tragedy struck again. Katoom flapped his wings and followed into the alley, witnessing what was happening. As expected, he couldn't help but exclaim. In the alley, Bruce hid in his mother's arms, trembling. Martha covered his eyes. Thomas Wayne, covered in blood, stood before them, gasping for air. A robber, shot twice, lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, staring at the gloomy Gotham sky. Katoom finally saw Bruce's true heart. From beginning to end, he had never let go of that nightmare, constantly trying to change. Even subconsciously, he remembered what Katoom had said to him, someone had to die in the alley that night. So Bruce created this dream. His parents didn't die, and neither did he. The robber did. Katoom had seen many people's dreams. Generally speaking, children's dreams were filled with wild fantasies, not dwelling on painful experiences. Like Harry, an orphan himself, he dreamed of living with his parents. Voldemort's night in Godric's Hollow was simply ignored, non-existent. But Bruce's was different. His dream was based on real events. That night of nightmare was bloody before his eyes, only the outcome was different. Even in his dreams, he remembered that alleyway that night vividly. How difficult you're making me, Katoom thought. If he forced Bruce to wake up, leaving him without his parents once again, it would be like he'd orphaned him. But he had to do it. He had taken Bruce away from Gotham so he could grow up and return one day. He'd also gain a little strength in return. Regardless, if Bruce was trapped here, the owl would be the culprit. Bruce, wake up, Katoom called out to Bruce, wanting him to regain his consciousness. But Bruce didn't respond. He pretended not to hear, continuing to play the role of the 8-year-old. Katoom understood immediately. He couldn't wake Bruce up on his own, he had to let Bruce figure it out on his own. He had to let him leave his parents and return to reality. What a hassle, Katoom complained, but quickly accepted the situation. After all, time and dreams flowed differently than in reality. Decades in dreams were a fleeting moment in reality. Spending a little time here wasn't a bad idea. Otherwise, even if Bruce escaped this prison of dreams, he would only return to a larger one. The Wayne family escaped the alley safely. The police arrived quickly, and after confirming that the Wayne family was safe and that the man in the alley was a recidivist criminal, they breathed a sigh of relief. If Gotham's richest man had died in such an unexplained place, the officers had no idea what they would do. Now, it was a false alarm, and the Wayne family could return home after completing their statements. The statements were quickly completed, and the Wayne family returned to their estate. Alfred, the butler, had received the news long ago and was waiting at the gate of the manor with a worried look on his face. Finally, he saw the figures of a family of 3. Master Wayne, he walked forward with tears in his eyes, and Thomas waved his hand to show that they were fine and there was no need for tears. Alfred bent down and took Bruce's hand. Master Bruce, he said, are you afraid? I'm not afraid, Bruce said with a forced smile. Bruce wanted to say this because he had his parents with him. But when the words came to his lips, His mind changed. "I'm not afraid," he said. "I saw an owl today, it's protecting me." Chapter 102 Gotham. Bruce's wonderful life unfolded before Katoom's eyes. The scenes shifted rapidly, like a boring family movie. 10 years in his dream flew by in the blink of an eye. But to Katoom, it felt like less than 20 minutes. 18-year-old Bruce Wayne, now with both parents, embarked on a completely different path. Different, yet also similar. Bruce Wayne still looked the same as a wealthy young man, but without the inner core of Batman. Now, his daily routine consisted of driving luxury cars, drinking fine liquor, driving luxury cars, flirting with young models, and driving luxury cars. Katoom was almost tired of it. Gotham had become Bruce Wayne's playground. As he drove down the streets, he watched the poor outside, as if they were from two different worlds. Gotham City remained the same, with a high crime rate. Bruce couldn't understand why these people were committing robbery, smuggling, murder, and arson. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life like him? Katoom felt that this might be the end of Bruce's life. Growing up under the protection of his parents, he was simply a son of Wayne Enterprises, not a son of Gotham. Stab. Early in the morning, brakes screeched in front of Wayne Manor. Bruce opened the car door and tossed the keys to Alfred. "Pull into the garage for me, Alfred." Alfred took the keys and did as he was told, without complaint. He wasn't afraid of Bruce's extravagant lifestyle, but he was afraid he'd suddenly want to prove himself. That would cause far more headaches than he already had. "Mom, I'm home," Bruce's voice echoed through Wayne Manor. He tossed his coat to the maid and trudged upstairs. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and with a slight ache in his lower back. He fell into deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already dusk. Bruce was alone in the vast room. The dim sunlight filtered through the slits in the curtains, creating a stark contrast to the silence within. Bruce suddenly felt overwhelmed by an endless loneliness. He lay in bed with his eyes open, unwilling to get up. What can he do after getting up? It was still the same mechanical repetitive enjoyment, and the endless emptiness. His waist still hurt. His eyes fell on a stack of newspapers on the bedside. This was arranged by his father Thomas, hoping that Bruce would pay attention to current affairs, but Bruce had never read it. This time, he took the newspaper as if possessed, opened it and started reading. The news on it, about several fancy vigilantes who had recently appeared in Gotham City, attracted his attention. Bruce read several news items as if they were stories, and relished them. He commented while reading. How stupid. He saw a report about a vigilante who was chasing a criminal, but he couldn't distinguish the criminal because the criminal blended into the crowd. Bruce immediately thought of a solution. Just arrest everyone present and interrogate them, and we'll know. In addition, there were also news reports about vigilantes who were too heavy-handed and ended up beating the criminals so hard that they had to pay huge medical bills. Another fool, Bruce said. If you cover your face and don't reveal your true identity, who can find you? He even saw records of vigilantes being openly mocked by criminals because their uniforms were too ridiculous. Black. You have to use black. Looking at the ridiculous red and green uniforms, Bruce completely defined it as performance art. You have to be shocking. Unforgettable, not just laughable, he cursed as he read, finally throwing the newspaper to the ground. Are these really vigilantes, not just a bunch of circus clowns? How could what they do be so ridiculous? If it were me, at this moment, Bruce was suddenly stunned. If it were him in those vigilantes? How could he have such a ridiculous idea? But even though he denied it, the idea of becoming a vigilante took root in Bruce's heart like a seed. Perhaps one day, this seed would blossom. The change that Katoom had been waiting for appeared on this ordinary evening. Ultimately, Bruce chose the path of becoming a vigilante and a superhero. He began walking at night, combating visible crime. After several successes, he gained a reputation. This gave Bruce even greater motivation to persevere in his pursuits. The Waynes suddenly realized that their son, once obsessed with pleasure and extravagance, had changed. He began exercising, practicing strict self-discipline, and actively learning new things. Initially, Bruce dressed in black and masked, looking a bit like a kidnapper. Later, realizing this was not right, he decided to redesign his uniform. For his uniform, Bruce chose an owl. He believed that the sight of an owl that night when he was 8 years old had allowed him and his parents to escape the alley safely. Katoom also silently watched him. Bruce lived up to his trust and, even without any external motivation, chose to embark on the path of a hero. After all, This Bruce was just and kind. It's about time to wake Bruce up, or else, the owl muttered to itself, something bad will happen. Bruce Wayne, the neighborhood owlman, slowly noticed something amiss during his years of fighting crime. Gotham's crime seemed endless, forever growing, never to disappear. The harder he tried, the deeper he sunk into the quagmire. And the danger was closing in on him. Bruce began to fear. He suddenly realized that the deeper he fought crime, the more enemies he had. This put him under endless pressure. No, Bruce sat up abruptly in bed, a cold sweat covering his face. He was having a nightmare. He dreamed that his parents had been brutally murdered because his identity had been exposed. Without a second thought, Bruce jumped out of bed and opened the closet compartment. He pulled out his black hero uniform and tore it madly, ripping it to shreds. I still have a wonderful life ahead of me, and I still have people I love. I can't lose all of this, he gasped, speaking to himself word by word. I'm not a hero anymore. I'm just Bruce Wayne. This bullshit Gotham has nothing to do with me. As soon as he uttered these words, Bruce felt something strange. It was as if the entire world had stopped for a second, and then time began to flow again. And with time came the thing Bruce feared most. Outside the window, the manor suddenly erupted in flames. Several demonstrative gunshots announced their arrival. Bruce hurried to the windowsill and looked down. A group of black-clad thugs had already entered the manor. Alfred lay at their feet, bleeding profusely. No, Bruce screamed in agony. But this was only the beginning. These men had clearly not entered the manor just to kill Alfred. Dad? Mom? Bruce suddenly realized the crux of the matter and rushed out of the room, trying to stop it. But it was too late. Blood, two pools of bright red, spread across the manor hall. Thomas and Martha had already fallen to the ground. A dark figure stood over their bodies, its back to Bruce. No, Bruce's eyes blazed red, his mind completely lost. He lunged at the figure, desperate to avenge his parents. But with a single wave of his hand, the figure sent Bruce flying. He tried to stand again and again, but failed again and again, until he could no longer. Damn it! Damn it! Bruce raged helplessly. Body, I command you to stand up and avenge Mom and Dad. His voice was filled with anger and pain, and a hint of pleading. But he truly couldn't stand. A wealthy young man who had lived in luxury for 18 years couldn't become a truly powerful man, even after training for a while. Does it hurt? The figure suddenly spoke. At that moment, Bruce's heart trembled. Why did the voice sound so familiar? The figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, revealing his face. Bruce was completely stunned. The dark figure looked exactly like him. I once suffered the same pain as you. The Bruce stared at him with icy eyes. But this pain ultimately became my source of motivation, he said coldly. Bruce, you shouldn't have said Gotham has nothing to do with you. Bruce's pupils constricted instantly. How did he just said that? How did this person know that? With a flutter of wings, Katoom landed beside Bruce. Alice, I'm still 8. He looked at Bruce with a look of guilt. I'm sorry to have made you see this again, Katoom. Suddenly, Bruce recognized the owl. Real memories flooded into his mind, and he was 12-year-old Bruce again. In that moment, the entire Wayne Manor vanished, including the bodies of Thomas and Martha. Only Bruce and the owl remained. Who is he? Bruce was terrified. Although he knew everything was a dream, seeing his parents die before his eyes again was still painful. He's you, Katoom said, or rather, your subconscious. Bruce didn't quite understand. The owl could only explain further, Bruce, you may still not understand yourself well enough, and you don't realize how important Gotham is to you. In your dream, you can have both parents, live a life of luxury, and even not be a hero, but you can't give up your hometown. This dream has given you too many false images, leaving you confused and even choosing to abandon Gotham for your own life. Then, at this moment, your subconscious must correct you. Katoom looked into Bruce's eyes, a hint of sadness in them, as if he had seen his godson's future. You would rather strangle yourself, who could have been happy, than return to Gotham? Bruce, ask your heart, what does Gotham really mean to you? Bruce stood up again, his strength returning as he realized it was a dream. He placed his hand over his heart, tears streaming down his face. What did Gotham really mean to Bruce? Nothing, he said. Everything. I found 7 or 8 translations of nothing, everything, but I wasn't very satisfied with any of them, so I just posted the original text. Chapter 103 Traveling with you to the end of the heavens. We should go. Katoom extended his wings. Let's get back to reality. Bruce nodded, extending his hand and shaking Katoom's. Katoom, I suddenly remembered what my happiest memory is. What is it? It was. Bruce wiped away his tears and smiled. When you took me away from Gotham, leaving Gotham to save Gotham. From outside the world, gaining the power to deny the world. Really? Katoom muttered. Then we might as well travel further. What? Bruce asked. Nothing. Let's go. Katoom's hand, clasped tightly with Bruce's, suddenly glowed brightly. Bruce blocked the light, his consciousness detached from the dream and returned to reality. Cough, cough, cough. Bruce opened his eyes and saw feathers flying in the sky. Countless owls stood on him, completely burying him. Bruce coughed uncontrollably. Go away, go away. He waved the owls away, finally breathing normal air. What's going on? Bruce stood up, confused as to why the owls were standing on him. Why not someone else? Suddenly, Katoom flew over from a distance, having been nowhere to be found. You're awake, the owl said. Then it's time to get to work. Bruce twisted his stiff neck and asked, what's going on? Everyone in the castle has been infected, Katoom said. It seems they won't wake up until the heir of Ravenclaw is dealt with, or at most, 1 or 2 will. Bruce nodded, perhaps understanding the severity of the situation. But he had just woken from such a dream, and he was still a little shaken. Katoom, I've realized something. The more Bruce thought about it, the more it seemed to be wrong. Did my subconscious just kill my parents? Hey. You can't think that, the owl quickly corrected him. You're a good boy. Why would your subconscious want to kill your father? But Bruce still felt puzzled. That's none of your business, the owl thought of a good excuse. Just pretend you have a second personality. Everything you just did was done by that other personality, huh? Bruce was speechless. Even Katoom could come up with that excuse. Never mind. Bruce decided not to dwell on it, just to think it was just a dream. Some things shouldn't be delved into, it's best to be ignorant. He returned his attention to the current problem. Who could the heir of Ravenclaw be? He said. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I can't come up with an answer. It doesn't matter who she is. Let's just assume she's Ravenclaw herself, Katoom said. What matters now is where she is. This made sense to Bruce. It didn't matter who the heir of Ravenclaw was, he would fight her the same way. Katoom had already had the owl search the castle from top to bottom. But there was no trace of Ravenna. This was probably a mystery she had posed to everyone. Even if someone truly awakened from the dream through their own abilities, they would still have to deduce the location of the Chamber of Secrets before confronting it. But where could Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets be? Bruce couldn't think of one. In fact, he couldn't recall any clues to it. It had never appeared before. That's when our magical tools come into play. Katoom pulled the crown of thorns from the feathers and placed it on his head. Then, a light bulb flickered in his mind, and clues to Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets appeared. So that's how it is, he sighed. If we want to find Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets, we have to start from 2 perspectives. Ravenclaw and Chamber of Secrets. Are you sure you're not talking about some literary nonsense? Bruce asked. Of course not. Katoom didn't want to argue with Bruce now, he had become wiser. First, we need to understand the life story of this old woman, Ravenclaw. Bruce, you should know that besides being a powerful wizard and alchemist, Ravenclaw was also a brilliant architectural designer. Bruce nodded, he did know. It wasn't a secret. Nearly any text introducing Ravenclaw would mention that it was she who conceived the castle's ever-changing floor plans. The staircases that now flow between the different floors of Hogwarts were her masterpieces. So, if she wanted to slip in some private goodies when building Hogwarts, it would have been easy, Katoom continued. Unlike that old Slytherin, who wanted to build a Chamber of Secrets, he had to use the sewer pipes, and the entrance could only be in the girls' bathroom. Huh? Bruce frowned. Katoom seemed to have just casually revealed some incredible secret. Now let's look at the term Chamber of Secrets, Katoom said. What is a Chamber of Secrets? It's a room used for secret activities, usually sealed. Bruce, you've been at this school for almost 2 years, so you should have heard of it at least a little bit. Is there a sealed room in Hogwarts that is filled with ever-changing mysterious powers and can transform into whatever anyone wants to see, and it's so hidden that ordinary people can't even find the entrance? Having said that, it would be rude if Bruce still couldn't guess. It's the Room of Requirement, Bruce said calmly. Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets is the Room of Requirement, huh? Why aren't you excited at all? Katoom frowned. My reasoning just now should have been very logical. Bruce could only sigh. Katoom, I admit that what you said makes sense, but have you ever thought about one thing? He said. We don't even know where the room of requirement is. Stupid, Katoom said bluntly. This room of requirement is called the room of requirement. Do you still need to find it? In fact, Katoom knew the location and entry to the room of requirement very well. After all, it was there that he picked up the Ravenclaw item. But this time, he had to open Bruce's eyes and show him the power of imagination in the magical world. Katoom flew past Bruce and arrived at the wall he had been leaning against. Just like when he first arrived at Hogwarts and tried to open the room of requirement, he silently chanted in his mind, Yingzi, Yingzi, yes, it's me again, everyone's beloved Owl. Bruce and I are in trouble now, and we need you to open the door here. If you are still alive, please grant my wish. Bruce watched Katoom's movements. He was certain that what he had just leaned against was just an ordinary wall. He didn't think he would be so lucky as to lean against a door to the room of requirement. But just when he was sure he was right, something magical happened before his eyes. Several silver lines suddenly appeared on the wall, forming the shape of a door. Then, a remarkably smooth door appeared before Bruce's eyes. The room of requirement had actually appeared. How did you do it? Bruce couldn't help but ask. Faith, Bruce. Faith. Katoom pressed his wings against his temples. If owls had temples. That's the charm of magic, full of wild imagination. As long as you believe, there will be a response. Katoom believed in the magic of the room of requirement. For no other reason than that he had read the original book. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, the room of requirement opened a passage directly to the Hog's Head, bringing Harry back to Hogwarts. The Hog's Head was accessible from outside the castle, so how could a wall inside the castle reach it? Now, the room of requirement was just behind the door. If they pushed it open, they would face the heir of Ravenclaw. Are you ready? The owl said. You won't be surprised by who you'll see, will you? Of course not, because I've already thought it through, Bruce said suddenly. The heir of Ravenclaw is Ravenna Royal. Oh? Katoom turned 180 degrees. You've broken the spell. What spell? Bruce asked. Nothing, don't worry about it. Katoom shook his head. He already had his head turned away, and shaking it looked incredibly strange. Then how did you discover it? Logic, Katoom, logic. Bruce imitated Katoom's earlier actions, pressing his index and middle fingers to his temples. He had finally regained his composure. He laid out his thoughts. Didn't the explosion of dream power begin with a diary? We couldn't figure out how they did it before. After all, the diary had always been in Professor Gale's hands. Now it seems that through the room of requirement, it's easy to reach any part of the castle, making it possible for anyone to access the diary. Katoom thought for a moment and said, You said anyone could have, so why are you so sure it was Ravenna? Because Voldemort told us himself, Bruce said. Do you remember him mentioning how Professor Gale tricked him? Having said that, Katoom remembered that Voldemort did say once that a first-year female student at Hogwarts had deceived him. At that time, including Katoom, they all thought that Professor Gale was stinging the police. Now it seems that it should not be the case. There really was a little girl who came to see him. Although strictly speaking, there was a 1,000-year-old woman in the body of this little girl. However, this is still just a guess, right? Katoom wanted to ask Bruce if there was any more evidence, but Bruce had already kept silent. He had a mysterious smile on his face, as if to say, You owl always keeps me in suspense, so now it's my turn. Bruce felt that there was something wrong with Ravenna, and there was indeed another reason. Bruce had met Ravenna on the night when Gryffindor and Lockhart were attacked. A little witch running around alone late at night was already very problematic. And at that time, Ravenna was walking from the direction where Lockhart was attacked, heading towards where Gryffindor was. Although the whole reasoning and logic were still a little loose, it was enough for Bruce. He could already use this to suspect others. Since you guessed it, let's go in, Katoom said. Once we open this door, we can never go back. Let's go. Bruce nodded. The owl used its head to push open the door of the room of requirement. Bruce stood at one side of a long, dimly lit room. There was a breeze blowing in the closed room. A figure was standing in the middle of the room with his back to them. Whoever he was, Bruce had already seen that he was definitely not Ravenna Royal. Because that was an adult male. And at his feet, lay a small figure in a black robe, and Bruce recognized it as Ravenna. Ravenna fell to the ground, so who was standing there? There was no need to say more. The familiar back, the exquisite dress. and the faint fragrance floating on Bruce's nose. All revealed the other party's identity. Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter 104 The Heir of Ravenclaw? How could it be you? Bruce asked in surprise. Lockhart, were you the one who put everyone to sleep? It was me. Lockhart turned around, a smile on his face. Countless small balls of light surrounded him, each with an image. He was watching everyone's dreams. Bruce found it hard to accept. How could it be Lockhart? How could it be Lockhart? That clown-like guy who acted so servile in front of him was the mastermind behind all this? But you, Lockhart interrupted Bruce before he could finish his words. His smile got even more sinister. Just because I said it wasn't me, does that mean it wasn't me? Bruce was speechless. Lockhart had said this before, but considering his subsequent behavior, Bruce once thought it was just a face-saving statement. Lockhart held up an index finger and gently wiggled it. Everything is according to my plan, Bruce. You might be a big shot on the future. Your name is Batman, right, but no matter what, you're still a child, and there are some cruel truths you still don't understand. When facing an enemy, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. This is a lesson I learned in war, and I'm sharing it with you. Bruce's face darkened. Lockhart's sarcasm pierced his heart. Lockhart's words had already made it clear that he knew Bruce's true identity. But something in his words hinted that he had heard the news from somewhere else. Was he a stranger from another world, or a native of Ravenclaw? And how did he find Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets? Bruce felt there were so many things he couldn't understand. Was he not intelligent? Don't doubt yourself, Bruce. Lockhart smiled and said, the reason you're confused is because I've cast a little magic, making a certain name taboo. He then snapped his fingers. The spell cast on the name was lifted, and the fog in Bruce's mind instantly disappeared. He suddenly looked at Ravenna lying on the ground. Ravenna Royal. Rowena Ravenclaw? Only then did Bruce realize that he had never realized how similar the two names were. Have you finally discovered it, Bruce? Lockhart whispered. It was Ravenna who opened Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. It was she who attacked those teachers. It was she who tampered with the diary, and it was she who trapped Gryffindor in the room. Ravenna Royal is the heir of Ravenclaw. Impossible. Bruce couldn't accept it when he heard it. Ravenna couldn't just be an heir. The things that Lockhart just said were impossible for a first-year witch to do. Yes, Lockhart remained calm. It is indeed impossible for a little witch to do these things, but in fact, she is not an ordinary girl. He snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, a cloud of black energy emerged from Ravenna's body on the ground. The black energy condensed into the shape of a woman, embracing Ravenna. Then, Ravenna, originally dressed in wizard robes, transformed into an unkempt witch dressed in the garb of an ancient sorceress. She remained unconscious, two golden rings gleaming on each of her hands and feet. Katoom, standing on Bruce's shoulder, spoke. It's the Enchantress, he said. Why would Barbatos send this guy here? She's not famous, and she doesn't have much power. She was also a villain in the movie Suicide Squad, sealed within a puppet for thousands of years. She was finally released, but because someone had taken control of her heart, she was forced to obey the orders of mortals. However, the Enchantress did have the ability to immerse people in illusions. I captured her as soon as she arrived in this world, and it was from her that I learned about you. Lockhart sneered. Bruce Wayne, a traveler from another world, a priceless treasure that a certain demon has been longing for. It seems that he sent this witch here just to give you something. I've studied it for so long and haven't figured out anything, so I'll give it back to you. After that, Lockhart took out a palm-sized object from his pocket and threw it to Bruce. Before Bruce could catch it, the owl's figure flashed by and grabbed the thing in its wings in advance. Katoom flew back to Bruce's shoulder and spread out his palm. It was a small red box that looked like an old-fashioned radio, but it was much smaller. Bruce didn't know what it was. Radio? Could it be that Barbatos had something to say and recorded it in it and asked someone to bring it here? Bruce was still thinking about it, but Katoom on the other side had a serious expression and put it into his feathers. What is this? Bruce asked. Bat transmitter. Katoom gave the answer, and he sighed. So that's how it is. The witch is not the pursuer this time. She is just a courier. It's just that she was caught as soon as she arrived in this world. The real pursuer of Barbatos this time is another Batman. Another Batman personality generated by Bruce's subconscious, independent of him, named Zura. Abbreviated as Zubat. Unlike Bruce, he is purer, wilder, more decisive, and more ruthless. As long as he can eliminate crime, He doesn't mind any means. When he first took over Batman's body, he tried to kill the Joker with a gun. This reflects his completely different characteristics from Bruce: tyranny, cruelty, and darkness. He uses the gun that Bruce doesn't like to use. He kills the people Bruce doesn't want to kill. When he thinks Bruce is weak, he even wants to take over the body directly. And the bat launcher is the activation device to awaken Zura's personality. I was just joking before. How did it come true? Katoom confirmed again and again that he was really an owl, not a crow. Bruce now actually had a second personality in his mind. Barbatos' intentions were sinister. Bruce's middle finger last time not only angered him, but also made him understand that Bruce was no longer under the control of his plan. In this case, Barbatos chose to change Batman. As long as the personality is changed, the influence of the owl on Bruce will be equivalent to 0. If it weren't for the witch giving it away for free, it would really give Katoom a headache. "Bruce, I'll tell you the details later," Katoom sighed and said to Batboy, "but I will never let you touch this bat launcher." Bruce nodded. He rarely saw the owl look so serious. The situation is by no means optimistic. Now that the pursuers have been solved, the only one left is Lockhart. "Who are you?" Bruce finally asked the question. Lockhart sighed. It was so obvious, but he still couldn't deduce it. "Bruce, I take back what I said before. You are not smart," or rather. Lockhart walked forward slowly. His voice began to become delicate and soft. He stretched out his hand and stroked his hair. "I am too smart." Lockhart's appearance changed. His hair grew rapidly, his face began to change, his body curves gradually softened, and his skin became more delicate. Gilderoy Lockhart, right in front of Bruce, turned into a beautiful woman. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes when she looked at Bruce. Bruce had seen that woman's face before, in the portrait of the founder preserved in Hogwarts. Rowena Ravenclaw. The person who opened the Chamber of Secrets was not the heir of Ravenclaw, but Ravenclaw himself. "Are you surprised?" Ravenclaw said with a smile. "It seems you never thought that Professor Lockhart, who graduated from Ravenclaw College, would become Ravenclaw himself?" "Indeed not." Bruce didn't know what to say for a moment. "I always thought that Ravenclaw was a lady worthy of respect, but when you became Lockhart, not only did you do a lot of embarrassing things, but you also wanted to force a hug on me. Who would have thought that Ravenclaw could do this? That's called acting. I respect Lockhart's personality very much. As for those behaviors, I admit that they are a bit embarrassing," but Ravenclaw shrugged and didn't care. "Although I did those things, I used the identity of Lockhart, so it's not embarrassing for myself, is that so?" Bruce actually thought it made sense. "I gave you a lot of details, but you didn't pay attention to them. I always wear blue and silver robes. Although the styles of different robes are different, the color never changes. This is the color of Ravenclaw College. I also used my favorite perfume when I was alive. If you look up the information, you can find relevant records. The most important thing is," Ravenclaw sighed, "I also changed my hairstyle to a fashionable one, but you never noticed it. You call this a clue?" Bruce was dumbfounded. Could Lockhart do these things himself? And what kind of brain circuit is Ravenclaw? She cast a spell on her own name so that others could not associate it with her. And now, he began to accuse Bruce of not deducing her true identity. She said everything she said. This is called details. Only men who pay attention to details are qualified to stay in my world, Ravenclaw said. "Bruce, you failed my test. So I'm sorry, I'm going to let you go." Suddenly, she stretched out her hand, and a ball of clay appeared in her hand. Ravenclaw blew out a breath, and the clay immediately broke into pieces and fell to the ground, and in a blink of an eye it turned into countless little Ravenclaws. The style of the little Ravenclaws was a bit strange, with a 2-head-to-body ratio, and their heads were the same size as their bodies. They rushed forward to subdue Bruce. As soon as Bruce pulled out the supreme wand, a little Ravenclaw suddenly shouted, "Disarm you!" Rebound the spell. Bruce was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and successfully countered the skill. The spell exploded on the little Ravenclaw, turning her into clay powder. But at this time, more disarming spells were shot at him. It was impossible for Bruce to rebound so many spells at once, and he was finally hit. The supreme wand slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. "It's over." Ravenclaw had just thought of this when he saw Bruce's eyes suddenly glow red. He didn't pick up the wand because there was no need to. 2 red stars shot out from Bruce's eyes. Chapter 105 Bruce's Patroness. The red broom struck the Ravenclaw figurine, instantly exploding into countless lumps of clay. Ravenclaw frowned. Was she seeing things? A second-year wizard, had she just cast a wandless spell? But she didn't have the energy to worry about that. More unexpected events were unfolding. A figure suddenly appeared beside her, swinging a fist. It was someone Ravenclaw had never seen before. He was a burly figure with a determined gaze, dressed in a blue tights, a red cape flowing behind him, and an S-shaped symbol on his chest. How did he appear? But there was no time to dwell on it. The man's fist was already in front of Ravenclaw. It grew larger and larger in her eyes. For some reason, Ravenclaw, a wizard who had experienced war and witnessed all kinds of spectacular scenes, was afraid of the Muggle fist for the first time. She couldn't take it head-on. Ravenclaw was about to cast a spell to evade the blow, but suddenly realized something was wrong. No, this man had no reason to be here. Ravenclaw's eyes suddenly widened, a silver light flashing in her pupils. Under the silver light, the figure of the man in the red cloak began to become illusory until it disappeared. It was an illusion. Ho-ha, Bruce, who was dealing with the little Ravenclaw, suddenly laughed. This time, I have lost face for you, Ravenclaw, right? His eyes shot out red broom stars again, blowing up a small doll. From the moment Ravenclaw saw him draw out the supreme wand, the illusion spell was activated. The effect was quite good. Being frightened by an illusion, can you be called a legendary wizard? Bruce continued to taunt, if your performance just now gets out, I'm afraid even Moaning Myrtle will laugh out loud. Ravenclaw's eyelids twitched at Bruce's taunting. Why are you so venomous, you little bastard? What did your parents teach you? Meanwhile, Bruce blew up another puppet. Dissatisfied with his lack of efficiency, he increased his magical input, causing each red broom star to explode on the spot after it was launched. He couldn't help but think, if I had a little more magic power, I could continuously output red broom stars, forming a beam. Then, a single sweep would completely eliminate these puppets. Alice, I only regret not having enough magic power. Having said that, his efficiency at this point was already very high. In Ravenclaw's eyes, Bruce was developing tactics during battle. This kind of combat wisdom was exceptional. And the person in the illusion just now was incredibly real. Bruce, you're doing quite well now. With a wave of her hand, Ravenclaw recalled all the clay puppets. There was no need to continue. These puppets couldn't do anything to Bruce. She praised him. You have a great imagination. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to create such realistic illusions. You're wrong, Ms. Ravenclaw. Bruce shook his head. My imagination is actually quite average. He had long ago acknowledged his own shortcomings, a lack of imagination. Professor Gale, Professor Dumbledore, both said so. Besides bats, he couldn't think of anything more creative. So, there was no point dwelling on it. The person I just showed you is real, just in another world, Bruce said. He's called Superman. I heard he's righteous, powerful, and as famous as I am. That was his solution, no longer forcing his imagination, but drawing on real people. As for how Bruce knew these people and events, that would be something he'd have to ask Katoom. An interesting experiment, but what good does it do? Ravenclaw shook his head. An illusion is still an illusion. Once seen through, it's useless. Everything that had just happened was just a sideshow. Ravenclaw was a little fed up. You're right, Bruce nodded. Although I might embarrass you a little, to be honest, defeating you right now is somewhat difficult for me. To achieve victory, I must, as Professor Dumbledore said, transform illusion into reality, and I can't do that yet, but fortunately, I never insist on fighting alone. I certainly haven't guessed your true identity, but the formula for victory was already set the moment I stepped through the Chamber of Secrets. Now all I have to do is stall for time. Ravenclaw chuckled. What's the point of stalling? Who can help you now? None of your business. Bruce opened his hand, and the supreme wand on the ground automatically flew back into his hand. He waved his wand. Illusion. Immediately, 6 illusions appeared behind him. In addition to the already appearing Superman, there were 5 new beings, a female warrior wielding a sword and shield, a runner in a red tights, a burly man wielding a trident, a half-human, half-cyborg black man, and a floating green ring. This was the alliance Bruce had forged, as described by Katoom. They were all illusions now. But one day, Bruce would make them real. The illusion slowly faded, leaving only Superman. Boring. I was expecting something. Ravenclaw frowned. No matter how many illusions there are, it's all in vain. How about this? Bruce waved his wand again. Expecto Patronus, a flash of silver light shot from the tip of his wand, piercing the illusion of Superman behind Bruce. The spell that had once eluded him was finally successful. Bruce summoned his own Patronus. He murmured, "Everything I've experienced will ultimately shape who I am. Those I love and who love me will become the power that protects me." The silver light flowed through the illusion, gradually making Superman real. Bruce's happiest memory was setting off with Katoom to the heavens. During his journey, he was pursued by countless pursuers, seemingly all harboring a will. But that wasn't the case. While Bruce had met enemies on his journey, he also made many more friends. Some people are willing to sacrifice themselves to protect him, and some people pass on the torch of heroism to him. All this will not be in vain. The spirits of those who have protected him will live forever in Bruce's heart and become his patron saints. Become the power to protect him. Clang, the sound of metal friction was heard, and behind Bruce, a pair of silver steel claws slowly extended from Superman's fist. This is the power from Wolverine, displayed in Superman's illusion. Delay, just delay time. This time, Bruce did not ask Katoom for strength again. The owl had given him enough. And he would not fight alone. Come on, Ravenclaw, woo-woo, the next chapter will have 4,000 words. Chapter 106 What You Love. Ariana Dumbledore, Gryffindor. As the Sorting Hat announced the result, the Gryffindor table erupted in applause. Prefect Albus Dumbledore stood excitedly and shouted to his companions, "That's my sister. You know? I'm her favorite brother." His good friend, Alpheus Doge, was also happy for Dumbledore. "You've boasted about it so many times," Doge said. "The whole school knows you have a sister, ha ha ha." "Doge, I can hear your jealousy," Dumbledore laughed heartily, seeming a little overwhelmed with pride. Ariana was bounding towards the Gryffindor table when Dumbledore beckoned her. "Come here," he said. "Sit with me," but Ariana simply glanced at her brother, snorted, and then walked to the other side of the table. There sat her other brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, who had just entered second year. Dumbledore, embarrassed by his own actions, chuckled awkwardly and sat down. "Didn't you say you were her favorite brother?" Doge suddenly asked. "Something happened," Dumbledore evaded. "But from now on, your sister can probably walk all over Gryffindor," Doge said. "You're a prefect, and Aberforth is excellent too. With two brothers like that, who could possibly hurt her?" Yes, Dumbledore muttered, repeating Doge's words. Who could possibly hurt Ariana? How could he bear to hurt her? The young Albus's blue eyes were slightly vacant. Alia, in the room of requirement, the illusionary Superman, summoned by Bruce, let out a battle cry. He hunched over, arms lowered like a hunter poised for action, and then charged at his enemy with a furious, swift attack. Silver claws scraped the ground, sending up a series of sparks. Ravenclaw formed a few pieces of clay and tossed them casually, transforming them into several magical creatures to fend off Superman's attacks. Illusion Superman's attack was unstoppable. He tore the clay creatures back into clay, howling at the sky like a hungry human wolf. Avada Kedavra, Ravenclaw suddenly extended his index finger, and a beam of green light struck Illusion Superman. Illusion Superman thrust his chest forward, dispelling the green light, remaining unharmed. This soul-destroying killing curse had no effect on the Patronus. At this moment, he truly possessed a certain man of steel quality. "Interesting," Ravenclaw said, amused. "You've mastered the Patronus charm to such an extent, Bruce. How many more surprises do you have in store for me?" "None of your business, old woman." While Illusion Superman was fighting, Bruce didn't remain motionless. He charged towards Ravenclaw from another direction. "Ravenclaw, there's one thing I still don't understand," Bruce muttered as he charged. He had already developed a lot of skills. His mouth was his mouth and his fists were his fists, and they did not interfere with each other. But Ravenclaw was different. The more her attention was attracted, the more chances she had of winning. "You are the founder of Hogwarts. Why did you invade Hogwarts in return? Isn't this the greatest achievement of your life? If you look back now, Hogwarts will not blame you. Even if you want to be the principal, Dumbledore can consider it. Why make an enemy of Hogwarts?" As Bruce said this, the magic power in his hands had been accumulated. Just as he had expected of magic, he attached the magic power to his fists, and then punched hard, each punch hitting the flesh. "Today, let Ravenclaw be the first to taste this power." "Make an enemy of Hogwarts?" Suddenly, Ravenclaw turned her head and looked into Bruce's eyes quietly. Bruce's fist was already in front of her. However, Ravenclaw just raised his finger. Bruce's figure suddenly became distorted, and then disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, Bruce appeared in the corner of the room of requirement and slammed his fist into the wall. He covered his hand, feeling extremely painful. But what shocked him even more was Ravenclaw's method just now. If he was not mistaken, it was apparition. It's just that when Ravenclaw performed it, it could not target itself, but teleport the enemy away. Bruce's heart sank. Doesn't this mean that he can't get close to her at all? Bruce, you just said that I was the enemy of Hogwarts. Ravenclaw stood in the distance and shook his head. No, you are wrong. It is Hogwarts that is the enemy of me. It failed my original expectations and became what I least wanted to see. In that case, why not just start over? Hogwarts may be destroyed, but it must not be corrupted. Brothers, sisters, in a dark cemetery, Grindelwald stood at the center of a stone platform, surrounded by countless of his followers. I know why you come here. You seek new things, a new order. Yes, we are endowed with power, and this power gives us the right to rule, he declared, and thunderous applause erupted. Then Grindelwald pressed his palm down, signaling silence. But Grindelwald changed the subject. When we rule over Muggles, we also shoulder a responsibility towards them. We seek rule not for revenge against Muggles, but because we can bring greater benefits to the world. At this point, he lowered his head and looked toward the front of the audience. Dumbledore stood there, smiling and clapping softly. Encouraged by this, Grindelwald spoke the next half of his words. We will bring love and truth, and a better tomorrow. At this, Grindelwald suddenly felt lost. Could a better tomorrow truly come? Bruce, I didn't actually attack you just now. Ravenclaw stood quietly in the center of the chamber, watching Bruce, completely buried in the wall. To prevent him from shooting another red broom from his eyes, two stone hands extended from the wall and covered Bruce's eyes. The battle was over. Bruce struggled, but he could not break free from the blockade. The illusion Superman had long since vanished, and the outcome of this battle was sealed. Bruce had no chance of a comeback. Your combined magic just now proves that you are worthy of entering the new Hogwarts, Ravenclaw said. If you are willing to stay in this world forever, I can train you to be the next headmaster. Why do you keep thinking about building a new Hogwarts? Bruce asked. What's so bad about the current Hogwarts that you have to destroy it? Ravenclaw chuckled. Then I have to ask you, what's so good about the current Hogwarts? Bruce, after returning to this world, I immediately investigated this era. The results are very disappointing. 1,000 years have passed, and the wizarding world has made no progress. The ancient magic has even been completely lost. At this moment, Hogwarts stands utterly ineffective. Because it's overrun by fools. Back then, I died of depression because I couldn't let go of my daughter's betrayal and couldn't wait for her change of heart. This is a bloody example, yet you haven't learned a thing. Teachers and students alike are still lost in their own obsessions. Instead of focusing solely on improving their magic, how can Hogwarts be run well with people like this? Look at these balls of light. Just a small dream has everyone hooked. Fools like this are unworthy of entering the next era with me. At this moment, Bruce finally understood Ravenclaw's purpose. The so-called fool's refusal wasn't a punishment or an experiment, but a test. Only those who voluntarily awaken from their dreams will be recognized by Ravenclaw and enter a new world with her. A world guided by Ravenclaw's wisdom, where all wizards focus solely on magic. So, you're not here to prove love wrong? Bruce asked. Of course not. Only a fool like Godric would think so. Ravenclaw looked at the ball of light surrounding her. I've hated his mouth for 1,000 years. To silence him, I used some tricks and sealed him in his room. It wasn't easy. We even fought, but the power got a little out of control, and the entire school was wiped out for 2 hours. Bruce immediately realized that Ravenclaw was referring to those 2 lost hours. How could you do that? That's magic, Bruce, Ravenclaw said. Are you so unfamiliar with time magic now? Bruce didn't know how to answer. He truly didn't know about time magic. At this point, Ravenclaw lost interest in continuing. You deliberately chatted with me, stalling for so long, and yet it seems the reinforcements haven't arrived yet, she said. You didn't really do nothing, just waiting for a miracle. Hearing this, Bruce finally smiled, the lower half of his face still exposed. Of course not, he said. Ravenclaw, haven't you noticed anything wrong? What did you do? Rowena frowned. When did you have the illusion that I didn't use the illusion spell? Suddenly, Bruce, who was sealed in the wall, disappeared out of thin air. Ravenclaw turned around suddenly, only to see Bruce standing not far away, with an owl standing on his shoulder. They were all looking at her quietly. Owl. Ravenclaw was suddenly startled. Yes, since when did the owl disappear from her sight? He was so conspicuous. On the other side, Bruce and Katoom, who seemed to have everything under control, were quarreling fiercely. Why did you mention the illusion spell? Bruce accused loudly. If you didn't say it, we could have trapped her for a while longer. That's enough. Don't treat Ravenclaw as a fool, Katoom said, and I really want to say this line. When did you have the illusion that I didn't use the illusion spell? How cool. Wait. The owl suddenly realized a problem. That sentence seems to be set in your image. Damn it. Katoom suddenly jumped up and strangled Bruce's neck with his wings. You still give me such a handsome line. At this time, Bruce no longer blamed Katoom. He found that it felt really good to say this sentence by himself. Ravenclaw felt a little ashamed at this time. She was actually trapped in an illusion created by a 12-year-old child? Doesn't this mean that Bruce fooled her in terms of intelligence? Ravenclaw can never accept it. Of course, she didn't know that a certain owl also made a small contribution. Did you leave a flaw on purpose? Ravenclaw said in a bad tone. Deliberately leave an owl flaw so that I can find it? Bruce instinctively shook his head. He didn't mean it. Katoom's temperament was too abstract. Bruce's scalp tingled at the thought of him, not to mention creating an illusion. And if he let the owl do it himself, he would keep exaggerating about himself. So in the end he had to give up and simply make the illusion without the owl. But Bruce stopped immediately. What obligation did he have to explain to Ravenclaw? Yes, that's what I mean, Bruce said righteously. You didn't even notice such a big flaw, Ravenclaw. You're not that smart. I feel not as good as me. You're not that smart either. These words kept echoing in Ravenclaw's head. Bruce Wayne. Ravenclaw could no longer maintain her previous dignified demeanor. She wanted to kill Bruce with her own hands and then she would be quick. You're impatient, Bruce yelled, then stepped back. Ravenclaw's anger almost condensed into substance. Wrath of the gods. The loud cry of an eagle resounded throughout the castle, and a blood-red eagle appeared in the secret room. The moment the blood eagle appeared, the surroundings instantly became gloomy, and dark red blood filled the entire room. Bruce only ran a few steps, and his lips began to turn white. He felt weak all over, and his skin gradually wrinkled together. He felt the blood in his body disappearing. What's going on? Bruce asked weakly. What's the situation with the Red Guardian? I don't know. Katoom rarely told the truth. He really didn't know. However, although the current situation seems critical, Bruce knows that he will no longer be in danger. Because they are here. At this moment, 2 silver phoenixes passed through the wall and flew into the room of requirement. One came to Bruce, wrapped him with a warm light, and guarded him. And me, protect me too. Katoom let out a strange cry and plunged into the Patroness's light. The other phoenix, however, seemed extremely aggressive, engaging in a mid-air battle with the Blood Eagle. Ravenclaw immediately realized what had happened. She turned her head to look at the cluster of light balls and found that 2 of them were empty. How did you do that? The clever Ravenclaw asked a question that truly puzzled her. Because how could the small love in a dream possibly compare to the great love in reality? Bruce exclaimed. So what if it's just an illusion? With their wisdom, they'll quickly see through it. True love cannot be found in a false dream. Whatever the decisions those 2 old men made in their dreams, they were back now. Back to this imperfect world. Katoom nodded in agreement. What you love is your life? Chapter 107, Not Like a Young Man. Time flashback to an earlier time. In Dumbledore's dream, he was standing in the center of the Hogwarts Great Hall, looking up at the ceiling. The ceiling was enchanted, revealing a sky full of stars. Brother, Ariana's voice suddenly rang out from behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore turned and saw his sister, looking a little terrified. She seemed to have anticipated something. You're leaving, aren't you? Ariana said timidly. Can't you stay with me? I'm going to patrol the Forbidden Forest soon, and I'd be terrified without you to protect me. Dumbledore smiled, but didn't answer the question directly. He said, Ariana, remember to eat on time from now on, pay attention in class, and tell Aberforth if you have any troubles. As your brother, he's more responsible than I am. By the way, I gave that handsome boy you mentioned earlier a good beating. Dumbledore was clearly smiling, but it looked uglier than crying. No, Ariana threw herself into Dumbledore's arms. You can't leave. You said you would protect me. Dumbledore gently stroked his sister's hair. Ariana, Of course I am willing to protect you forever, he said, but now I am more than just your brother. There are countless young wizards in the world outside waiting for me to protect. Ariana tugged at the corner of Dumbledore's clothes, refusing to let go. Ariana, Dumbledore's voice trembled as he called his sister's name again. He took a few deep breaths before he uttered his last words. I have lost you. Then, with all his strength, he pushed his sister away from his arms. I am Albus Dumbledore. Your brother, but also the headmaster of Hogwarts, he croaked. I have lost my Ariana, and I will never let anyone else lose their Ariana. With that, he closed his eyes and the Elder Wand appeared out of thin air in his hand. Dumbledore placed the tip of the wand against his head and pressed it hard. Brother. Ariana's voice was still in his ears, but it was getting farther and farther away. When the voice disappeared completely, Dumbledore opened his eyes. He had returned to reality. In Grindelwald's dream. He had just finished the speech he had dreamed of, but did not get the happiness he had imagined. Gellert, Dumbledore came to him. Our vision is about to come true. Why don't you look very happy? Because I suddenly realized something, Grindelwald said. In fact, the only dream that has been realized is mine. Dumbledore was stunned. But your dream is my dream. Yes, yes, Grindelwald murmured. What you said is the reason why I had this dream. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Dumbledore. Thank you, Albus. Grindelwald stepped back. Thank you for helping me realize my dream and my dream. Now it's time for me to return to reality and realize your dream. He turned his head and saw a mirror on the table. A frail and old face with white hair was reflected in it. Grindelwald touched his face and suddenly smiled bitterly. I'm so old already. If some things are not done now, it will be too late. Gellert, Dumbledore stretched out his hand, trying to keep him. But no one can change what Dumbledore has decided. He flipped his hand, and the Elder Wand appeared in his hand. My wand is not this one, Grindelwald said lightly. Then, the Elder Wand changed and turned into a very new wand. Albus, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and smiled. See you later. As these words were spoken, everything around him disappeared in an instant. Grindelwald opened his eyes and he returned to reality. At this time, the real Dumbledore was about to walk out of the ward, and he also woke up. Albus. Grindelwald jumped up from the ground and shouted at Dumbledore, I just dreamed of you. Did you dream of me, Mr. Gale? Dumbledore turned around and said calmly, I'm glad you woke up. Hogwarts is in danger. We have to hurry to save the students. Then he left the ward. Grindelwald was stunned. I want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine together, but it doesn't seem like the youthful travels. He smiled bitterly, knowing it would be like this. Damn it. Principal, wait for me, Professor Gale shouted and quickly caught up with Dumbledore. In the room where every wish is granted, two old men appeared out of thin air. Dumbledore looked up at the Phoenix Patroness that was fighting with a blood eagle. Is your patroness still the Phoenix? He asked. It has never changed, Gale answered unhappily. That's fine, Dumbledore said, and then he put all his energy into the battlefield. When he and Professor Gale appeared, Rowena Ravenclaw sighed. Neither of us can kill the other, she said. You are too modest, Dumbledore said calmly. You have the ability to resurrect infinitely, but we don't. If possible, I still want to solve it peacefully. Peaceful solution. Alice, Ravenclaw actually has the ability to kill. After all, that annoying Gryffindor has been sealed, and there are only two old men left in Hogwarts. Even if it can only be a draw, she can outlast the two old men. But why bother? She knew very well in her heart that she had actually lost. When she pulled Dumbledore into the dream before, she said, then let me see how smart you are. And now Dumbledore has broken free from the dream by his own will. He has indeed proved himself within the rules set by Ravenclaw. Even if Ravenclaw really created a new world, Dumbledore would be qualified to be one of them. She has indeed lost. So be it. Ravenclaw sighed helplessly. You win, I'm leaving. She waved her hand, and the blood eagle disappeared on the spot, and the defeated Queen Ravenclaw was also ready to leave this sad place. She thought, why not find a vacant lot and build a new school from scratch? At this time, Dumbledore suddenly asked, where are you going? Do you want to control where I go? Ravenclaw said dissatisfiedly. You misunderstood, that's not what I meant, Dumbledore explained. What I meant is, Hogwarts is your home, why don't you choose to stay? Stay? Ravenclaw didn't expect this headmaster to be so generous. Are you sure you want to keep me? Ravenclaw smiled faintly. I nearly wiped out the entire school. You're the founder of Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, And it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This wasn't a question of magnanimity. Ravenclaw was now immortal and possessed powerful ancient magic, which there was no way to deal with. Dumbledore couldn't sleep well if he let her run around. Regardless of what Dumbledore was really thinking, at least before the Deathly Hallows were found, Rowena Ravenclaw was an old friend of Hogwarts. Ravenclaw was also somewhat tempted by Dumbledore's invitation. Staying was not impossible, it would also benefit her. Building a new school from scratch would be too slow, after all, and if she came back from the dead, parents might be afraid of her and unwilling to send their children. In that case, why not stay at Hogwarts and see if there are any good talents worth cultivating? However, I have no problem staying, but I have one condition. Ravenclaw suddenly pointed at Bruce, who was watching the fun from the side. Leave this little bastard to me. Bruce's smile froze instantly. How could this have anything to do with him? The smile would not disappear, it would just shift. Bruce's smile had now shifted to Katoom's face. Congratulations, Avenue. I'm afraid the old woman has taken a fancy to you, he said. Fortunately, you also exercise regularly, so you shouldn't be very tired. Katoom, how can you be so perverted? Bruce said expressionlessly. I'm still a child, and my life story is very tragic. You're making fun of me, isn't that too bad? But it doesn't matter. I've already apologized on your behalf. It won't happen again. Hey, kid. Katoom opened his mouth and was about to curse. At this time, Dumbledore was asking Ravenclaw a question. What do you mean by leave it to you? And why Bruce? Why Bruce? Thinking of what Bruce had said before, Ravenclaw wanted to just take action and tear his mouth apart. By handing him over, I mean that from today, he'll be my apprentice. I'll teach him some real skills, but equally, his fate will be decided by me. She'd said apprentice, not student, implying the traditional master-apprentice relationship. That's it, little bat, Katoom said. You'll have 3 years of apprenticeship and 2 years of service. What are you talking about? Bruce didn't understand. Nothing. After Ravenclaw stated her request, Dumbledore couldn't respond. It all depended on Bruce's willingness. He looked at the little bat with a questioning look. After a moment of reflection, Bruce asked Ravenclaw a crucial question. If I become your apprentice, what can I learn? Anything you want, Ravenclaw said with a malicious smile. How about alchemy? I can teach you everything I know about alchemy, as long as you become my apprentice. At that moment, Bruce could clearly sense that Ravenclaw was extremely eager to take him on as an apprentice, not even concealing it. The old woman definitely had bad intentions. Don't agree to her, Bruce. She's not a good woman, Katoom advised. If she abuses you after you follow her, I won't be able to do anything about it. He could imagine the future. Bruce might return to the dorms with a bruised face. As Godfather, Owl could only respond to the Ravenclaw in this tone. Teacher, why did our Avenue get beaten again today? Please pay more attention to the child, he's quite introverted. Katoom shuddered at the thought. Forget it, don't let Bruce feed the tiger with his own body. Bruce, are you willing? Dumbledore was trying to confirm Bruce's intentions. Bruce hesitated for a moment before saying, Professor, I don't. Before he could finish, Ravenclaw interrupted him. Think it over, she said. Alchemy is very powerful. It can even create life artificially. Artificially create life? Katoom muttered. Alchemical life? Created to call him Big Brother. Chapter 108, Second Year, Easy as Pie. Regardless of Bruce's current feelings, Rowena Ravenclaw had made up her mind. If Dumbledore wanted her to stay at Hogwarts, Bruce couldn't budge. This brat was too venomous, and Ravenclaw was still fuming. He needed a lesson. If Bruce stubbornly refused, Ravenclaw wouldn't hesitate to use force, knocking him to his knees with a single punch. Meanwhile, Katoom whispered in Bruce's ear, Avenue, why don't you agree to her request? The owl said. Because I've noticed I need her help with something. What could you ask her for? Bruce asked curiously. Because of that egg, the owl replied. It's been incubating for 6 months and it hasn't hatched. I suspect there's something missing. If we can learn the alchemical method of creating life, perhaps we can provide that missing ingredient. This idea was the result of careful consideration by the owl. Creating life sounded like a power only possessed by gods. But in the Harry Potter world, it's not so exaggerated. Many magical creatures today can trace their origins back to wizards and magic. A prime example is the basilisk, a creature not born naturally but created by the ancient Greek dark wizard Herpo the Vile. A single egg, incubated by a toad, can produce a giant snake with extraordinary powers. Katoom suspects this is the result of alchemy. Then there are the house elves. Rumor has it they were also created by wizards. If that's the case, then Katoom can do it too. But Bruce still wasn't happy. Why should I agree to Ravenclaw's demands just for an egg? Bruce asked. The old woman clearly has bad intentions towards me. You scolded her first. The owl shook its head. When will you learn from me the art of language and be kind to others? You? Bruce almost gasped. By this time, Ravenclaw was already getting impatient. Bruce, do you agree or not? Of course I don't, Bruce was about to say. Then he suddenly felt a powerful force from behind him. Katoom launched a flying kick from behind him. Bruce lost his balance and stumbled into Ravenclaw's arms. Dumbledore smiled. Ms. Rowena, it seems he agrees. He didn't give Bruce a chance to explain. Before anyone could react, it was done. The turmoil in Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets subsided silently. The others in the school awoke from their dreams, filled with a sense of loss and confusion. Not everyone can see through the illusion of dreams. It might take them a long time to recover from the after effects of this dream. I dreamed of my parents, Harry sadly told his friends at a later dinner. It felt so real, I almost thought this was a dream. I know how you feel, Neville nodded, his expression blank. Hermione, seeing their reactions, was at a loss for words. Different people react differently after waking from a dream. Hermione, for example, had only dreamed of becoming Minister of Magic, and when she woke up, she was done with it. Ron, too, wasn't greatly affected. But for some, like Harry and Neville, the withdrawal symptoms were too severe. They wished they could live in their dreams forever. Ron clutched 2 chicken drumsticks. He should have been carefree, but seeing his friend's expression, the drumsticks in his hands lost their appeal. Think of something cheerful, Harry, Ron whispered. Look at Malfoy, he's not much better. Harry turned to see Malfoy glaring at him from the Slytherin table. It was as if Harry had taken something most important from him. I can guess what Malfoy was dreaming about. Hermione whispered. He always thinks he should be the center of attention, but in reality, the fame belongs to Harry, then his troubles are entirely his own fault. Ron shook his head, saying no more. Dumbledore hadn't shown up at the banquet. Not only him, but all the teachers were absent. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore put the parchment away in a drawer. Snape has taken a month's leave, he said. Before Dumbledore stood the other heads of house, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. Their expressions varied, and they all seemed a little downcast, evidently having experienced something different in their dreams. Dumbledore observed them, sighed, and said, "You should all adjust to this for the time being. We have a heavy task ahead. They must provide psychological counseling to each young wizard. Otherwise, a single dream could affect their lives." The heads of house nodded, promising to adjust quickly. And, Dumbledore hesitated, finally saying, "When Snape returns, let's pretend we never saw anything before. Here's the diary for you." In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart, feet propped up on the table, casually tossed the diary to Bruce. Bruce sat before him and took Voldemort's diary. The diary had changed slightly by then. A simple sketch of an eagle graced the cover. "I've done some things with it, especially the spirit within," said Lockhart, or rather, Ravenclaw. "I've also added some new features to it. You'll discover them yourself. Consider this my gift to you for becoming a Ravenclaw." Bruce still felt a little indignant about becoming a Ravenclaw apprentice. But accepting the diary felt no burden. He deserved it. He casually tucked the diary into his arms and asked, "Will you continue to use the Lockhart identity? Where's the real Lockhart? I've locked him up temporarily." "I'll send him to St. Mungo's Hospital at the end of this school year," said Ravenclaw. "This fellow has been a swindler and a disgrace to Ravenclaw House. I've been merciful in simply erasing his memory." Bruce already knew Lockhart's true face. He had stolen all those exciting adventure stories, and he himself was nothing but a complete liar. Then, Bruce noticed this school year in Ravenclaw's words. "You're not going to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher anymore?" he asked. "No, in my opinion, this course is meaningless," Ravenclaw said. From her point of view, it was indeed the case. The curses that dark wizards rely on to survive today are the 3 unforgivable curses: the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. And these 3 curses are all unsolvable. In this case, what exactly are the things taught in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class defending against? What Ravenclaw would rather do is to completely break the unforgivable curses. Bruce disagreed with Ravenclaw's idea, but he did not refute it. Not every young wizard will encounter the unforgivable curses. What they need to learn more is how to deal with the common evil curses around them. Then what identity will you use to stay in school in the future? Bruce asked. You can't even think of this? Ravenclaw glanced at him. Ravenna Royal, I chose this name specially. Since she entered Hogwarts, she has arranged a backup identity for herself. What about the witch? Bruce asked. Has she returned to her original world? Ravenclaw knew Bruce's background, so both sides could be more frank when talking. The old woman shook her head and took out a rag doll from the drawer. She's here. The doll was a bit sloppily made, obviously sewn casually. It was the most common human-shaped doll with messy hair and 2 buttons for eyes. The witch doll was thrown on the table, and suddenly twitched, and then she climbed up from the table as if she had gained life. She looked around vigilantly and saw Lockhart's huge face. Oh! The doll jumped off the table in a panic, fell to the ground, and then immediately got up and ran out of the office. She escaped. Bruce said expressionlessly. She can't escape, so let her go. Ravenclaw shook his head. Let her do whatever she wants. When I need to study her, I will naturally call her back. The magic of the other world is very worth studying. By the way, she suddenly thought of something. After the school year is over, are you going to another world? Can you take me to play? Bruce hesitated for a moment, and then he heard Katoom's voice on his shoulder. How dare she ask? The owl said. It's troublesome enough to take you with me. If I take one more, I will be exhausted. What a presumptuous guy. Sorry, Ms. Ravenclaw, I can't do it for the time being, Bruce said. Okay, I'll ask. Ravenclaw waved his hand. You can go. The night curfew time is about to end. Bruce said goodbye and left the office. I'm afraid the teachers will be very busy in the next half of the school year, Bruce said to Katoom as they walked down the street. Many of my classmates have developed psychological problems. Don't talk about others. Owl shook his head. When it comes to psychological problems, you have more than anyone else. Second personality. Bruce thought of his biggest problem now. According to Owl, when the bat launcher appeared in his hand, it would be the day when the second personality, Zernay, took over his body. Is it really that serious? Bruce didn't know, but he felt that he would never take the initiative to touch the bat launcher. One's own body should be controlled by oneself. However, there is a problem now that deserves our attention. Katoom rolled his eyes. What do you think this bat launcher is made of? Owl was a little worried. Barbatos shouldn't be so insidious as to add metal to the bat launcher, right? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. The Journey Never Stops. Time passed quickly. Bruce celebrated his 13th birthday at school. During this time, all Hogwarts students underwent counseling sessions with professors, and Bruce was no exception. After all, only a few knew that Bruce was the only student to awaken from a dream on his own initiative. During the counseling session, Bruce acted innocent and harmless. I dreamed of my parents, Bruce said, respecting his persona. He had grown up in an orphanage and had never seen them. We lived together in a big house, living a carefree life. He made up a perfectly ordinary story, and it quickly passed the test. Bruce's counselor was Professor Sprout. Poor child, she said. It's okay. Just work hard and live your life. Your parents will see. I know, Professor, Bruce said, squeezing out a few tears. When he emerged from the counseling room, the owl said, it seems this dream isn't without positive meaning. He had been secretly reading the professor's counseling notebook. It contained many interviews with students. Many of them were unaffected, their dreams all about the future. Since it was the future, it could possibly come true. Some young wizards even gained clarity about their goals through their dreams and were willing to work hard toward them. Of course, some students were negatively impacted. I dreamed my father never drank or hit anyone, said a girl. I dreamed my mother didn't leave me and was always by my side, said a boy. I dreamed I wasn't an orphan, said Bruce. The school's dream collection isn't just for spiritual counseling. For example, the girl who previously complained about her father's domestic violence has already had a professor visit her home and have a friendly conversation with him. Aside from life and death, there's always time to salvage things. Hogwarts is getting better, said Katoom. I just don't know when the teaching level will improve, at least to a level that would satisfy the founders. Before they knew it, Easter arrived. During the Easter holidays, the second-year students had an important matter to consider. They should choose their third-year courses. This, at least in Hermione's opinion, was something that needed to be handled with caution. This will affect our entire future, she said seriously to her friends. Besides Harry, Neville, and Ron, there was also Wayne sitting with her. On Hermione's shoulder sat a sloppily drawn rag doll. She said she'd found it one day while returning to the common room. She'd been somewhat wary of animated magical objects, reluctant to approach them, but the doll had taken it upon itself, appearing quite familiar. It was as if they'd known each other before. After Dumbledore examined it and the headmaster said there was nothing to worry about, Hermione took it in. They were inseparable, occasionally reading Professor Lockhart's books together. After all, Lockhart wasn't completely ruined yet. The witch must really hate Ravenclaw now, Bruce thought. After all, in her opinion, the real Lockhart has already been murdered by Ravenclaw. Back to the subject of course selection. I just want to focus on potions, Harry said. The professor hasn't been in a good mood since his leave, and he seems to be avoiding me. He knew the reason. But Harry didn't care. Snape was so kind to him, and he was willing to treat him like family. But you have to take some electives, Hermione said. Otherwise, you'll waste precious time at school. And you might even have to repeat a year. I know, Harry sighed. Choosing was a difficult thing. I heard Lockhart won't be reappointed for next year. Maybe he's finally tired of pretending, Ron said. He'd long felt something was off about Lockhart. He was nothing but a pretty fool. And for some reason, he'd object to anything Hermione liked, which always irritated her. Sure enough, Hermione shrieked, "Don't talk about Professor Lockhart." The doll on her shoulder jumped up and kicked Ron in the nose. Then, with lightning speed, it landed back on Hermione's shoulder. Ron and Hermione immediately started arguing. Harry ignored them, simply randomly pointing to the courses on the list with his wand, choosing whichever one he chose. Elsewhere, Neville was buried in a pile of letters from relatives of the Longbottom family, each offering their own opinions. They all meant well, but it left Neville completely overwhelmed. If he followed his relatives' suggestions, he would have to take every class. How could he possibly do that? Neville probably couldn't imagine that some people actually did just that. Bruce, by now, had already signed up for all his courses, completely disregarding any conflicts. This was Hermione's advice to him: just choose boldly, and someone would naturally figure out the rest. Sure enough, not long after Bruce submitted his course application form, Professor Sprout came to see him. "Bruce, come with me." When he followed Professor Sprout to the office, someone was already there. Hermione and Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, holding 2 application forms, was confirming with Hermione. "Miss Granger, are you sure you want to take all the courses? I must say, it will take up almost all of your time, I'm sure." "Professor," Hermione nodded firmly and pulled Bruce to her side. "Bruce has decided the same." Professor McGonagall looked at Bruce, who immediately put on a fake smile. "Well," Professor McGonagall sighed. "If that's the case, then we'll have to apply for 2 time turners." After all, Hermione and Bruce weren't in the same house. "A time turner? What's that?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "A device that can rewind time. Applying for one from the Ministry of Magic is a hassle," Professor McGonagall said. "But if you don't, you won't be able to attend all the classes." "Hermione, Bruce, I'm only applying for one because you're both exemplary students, so you must swear to me." Professor McGonagall's eyes were dark and serious as she spoke. "You won't tell anyone about this, and you won't use the time turner for anything other than academics, I promise," Hermione said happily. "Yes," Bruce nodded. Professor McGonagall didn't know what Bruce was talking about. "It should be a promise, right? Okay, it's nothing, you can go back." The rest of the summer semester was spent in a dazzling sunshine. At the end of the semester, Professor Gale found Bruce. "Don't slack off even during the holidays," he said. "Don't embarrass me." Gale had regarded Bruce as his own work. Bruce nodded and promised Gale that he would never slack off. After the last dinner, Bruce and Hermione got on the train home together. "Professor Lockhart is gone," Hermione said disappointedly. "I really hope he can stay. Everyone has their own choice," Bruce said vaguely. At this time, Katoom was stepping on Hermione's ragdoll under his feet and pecking it constantly. "Katoom, don't bully Moon." Hermione picked up the owl and asked him to stop bullying the little ragdoll. Muon was the name she gave to the little ragdoll. Now Hermione was surrounded by all kinds of Wayne Ron, and now there was another Muon. After rescuing the ragdoll Muon, Hermione sighed again. I wonder who will be the teacher of defense against the dark arts next school year. It should be a normal teacher, Bruce said with a hint of meaning. He thought, it is impossible that the defense against the dark arts teacher will cause trouble in the school every year. It should, no. In the north of England, the sky was gloomy, and the waves hit the rocks. A small boat approached the shore, and then a figure in a black robe jumped down from it. Finally released from prison, the man sighed, took off the hood of his robe, and revealed a somewhat funny face. The dark wizard Gibern. Really? I think Azkaban is not bad. Another person got off the boat. He was thin and looked a little exhausted. It was Remus Lupin. He said, Azkaban at least provides food and shelter. No matter how desperate Dementors are, they are not as desperate as life. How is your life desperate? Gibern snorted coldly. You haven't even been released from prison yet, and the invitation to Hogwarts has been sent. Yes, yes. Lupin took out a teaching invitation from his robes and felt a little emotional. Dumbledore had not forgotten him after all. He had followed a league of unwelcome persons and done a lot of bad things. Even with Dumbledore's intercession, he was still sentenced to 1 year. But Gibern was different. He didn't have anyone to intercede for him. Simply by following Lupin's lead, he only served 1 year in prison. Brother Lupin, Gibern suddenly spoke at this time. He rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. I have nowhere to go now. Why don't you take me with you to be a teacher? I can be your assistant. Lupin thought about it, and it seemed reasonable. I'll have to ask Dumbledore. As long as you can turn over a new leaf, he'll probably give you a second chance. Even cleaning toilets at Hogwarts would be acceptable to Gibern. Besides, we have something important to do at Hogwarts this time, and one more person will be helpful. What do you think? Lupin finished speaking, and a large black dog jumped out of the boat. Woof, it said. Are you ready? Katoom said to Bruce. Okay, Bruce had learned his lesson this time. Even if he wasn't ready, the owl wouldn't wait for him any longer. Then let's go. The heavens portal suddenly appeared, and Katoom and Bruce disappeared into the world. It was another bizarre heavens portal, but Katoom's goal was clear. In order to complete the power of illusion sooner, this time I'll take you to see a true hero. Katoom grabbed Bruce and rushed into a world. This was a world of superpowers. Countless heroes of justice punished evil and maintained world peace. Among these heroes, 7 are the most famous. They are called the 7. Chapter 110. Bruce enters the orphanage for the 3rd time. Stupefy, a magical strike aim, and Katoom yawned, easily dodging it. Why are you so excited? The owl said. This isn't your first time. Bruce stood at the doorway of a building, sheathing the supreme wand. Yeah, I've been through this many times, so I'm not angry, he said casually. I just wanted to train you. Bruce had already prepared himself mentally when he arrived in this world. The result was exactly as he expected. The building before him was indeed an orphanage. Inscribed on it were the words, Walter Orphanage. Bruce sheathed his wand, accepting the reality, and prepared to walk through the door. Katoom followed closely behind. Just then, Bruce spun quickly. Stupefy, reflect, an eggshell-like aura appeared around Katoom, and with perfect timing, Bruce's stunning spell was deflected back. Bruce's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't have time to consider whether the owl was simply quick-witted or had been on guard against him. Just as he was about to be struck by the stunning spell, Bruce cast a spell on himself. Rejuvenate, the stunning spell struck him, but at the same moment, the resuscitation spell took effect. The spell and counter spell cancelled each other out, and Bruce merely swayed briefly before returning to normal. Bruce, are you okay? Why are you so careless? Katoom flapped its wings and circled overhead. I've told you so many times, boys should take care of themselves when they're out. Bruce gritted his teeth, refusing to object. The fact that his spell had been deflected meant he'd lost this time. Losers eat dust, nothing to say. He snorted, stood up, and obediently walked into the orphanage. I've just noticed something. The owl flew to Bruce's shoulder, ruffled his hair, and said, You like to hum sometimes, Bruce said. Yeah, that's right. The owl remembered that in the comics, Bruce's father, Thomas, also had a habit of humming like that. What does that mean? Could it be some secret Batman legacy? It's just a quip, nothing interesting. Bruce shook his head. They walked into the water orphanage together. By the way, Katoom, I thought of something too. Tell me, what if, after you cast the repulse charm just now, I cast one too? You were just playing ping pong. Bruce immediately noticed something was amiss upon entering the water orphanage. This orphanage was unlike any he'd experienced before. The Wu orphanage was gloomy, the Santa Fe orphanage was deserted, and this one, there were plenty of people inside, but they were all in white coats, rushing back and forth without making eye contact. The building's rows of windows were barred shut. It looked more like a prison than an orphanage. Katoom, what the hell are you doing? Bruce whispered. What kind of world have you brought me to? How could an orphanage be like this? Unless they only adopted superhumans. Don't worry, Bruce. Just look around, Katoom said nonchalantly. If anything goes wrong, I'll just apprehend you away. Bruce was about to continue blaming Katoom when he heard a low voice behind him. Bruce, why are you back? He turned around and saw a woman in a white coat running towards him. As she approached, she used her coat to block Bruce's way. You finally got out of this hellhole. Why are you back? The woman said urgently. Let's go. Bruce was confused. From her words, it sounded as if this place was dangerous. Then, he saw two private detectives in black suits rushing in. Oh, Master Bruce. They grabbed Bruce. How did you disappear so suddenly? Take him away, the woman in the white coat said. This time, keep an eye on him. The private detectives led Bruce out of the orphanage, not feeling relieved until they had walked 3 blocks. My dear little ancestor, how could you even go back there? One private detective took off his hat and wiped his bald head with a handkerchief. Another detective added, do you know how much we pay to get you out of there? How much? Bruce asked. How dare you ask how much? The detective, wiping his sweat, jumped up. That's a huge sum, the other detective said. It's just an advance on your inheritance, the first detective said, changing the subject. That's true, his partner nodded. You used my money, Bruce glared. Don't you dare tell me your names. My name is DuPont. My name is DuPont. The two of them introduced themselves in unison. DuPont and DuPont, right, Bruce snorted coldly. Just tell me, how much did Fike leave me this time? 3 billion the first time, 1 billion the second time. It can't be getting less and less, right? DuPont and DuPont exchanged a glance, then said, Master Bruce, congratulations. Your father left you $10 billion, that's about right, Bruce thought. Finally, it wasn't like the last time, where a few $1 billion just sent him packing. It seemed this world wasn't so bad after all. After handing over the inheritance, DuPont and DuPont hurried away. They didn't explain the nature of this world to Bruce, nor did they explain why the orphanage was so dangerous. Bruce was left standing there alone. At first glance, he looked a little pitiful. Bruce wandered aimlessly down the street, his gaze filled with giant billboards. The celebrities advertising the billboards were all dressed in bizarre costumes. There were blonde men in steel blue tights, draped with American flags. There were red-haired women dressed coolly, in gladiator-style attire, and there were men in black battle suits, so tightly wrapped up that it was hard to tell whether they were men or women. There were many, many more. The entertainment industry looks quite prosperous here, Bruce said with interest. Finally, we're back to modern society. Just then, he passed a shop window where a TV was broadcasting a street interview. The reporters were 2 children, interviewing the man Bruce had just seen draped in the American flag. It looked like a children's program, perfect for Bruce. Mr. Homelander, one child asked innocently, how many people have you saved so far? Well, the man known as Homelander smiled brightly. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? Wow, the 2 children screamed in admiration. Mr. Homelander, you truly are the greatest superhero. Hero? Me? No, no, no. Homelander shook his head repeatedly. I'm just a patriotic citizen who happens to have some superpowers. He suddenly stood in front of the camera, his hands behind his back, as if staring directly at the audience. He extended his index finger, pointing at everyone outside the frame. You. My friends, you are the real heroes. Wow, the 2 children at the back went completely crazy for their idol. Bruce, watching from outside the window, frowned. Why does this guy give me Lockhart vibes? Maybe it's because they both have such bright smiles, Katoom said. But Lockhart can't compare. He not only has real skills, but also a professional team, Bruce's interest was instantly piqued. He looked at the overwhelming advertisements and realized that these people might not be celebrities, but superheroes. In this world, is this what superhero life really like? Would that be entertainment? Bruce had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Superheroes, tasked with maintaining law and order and peace, could maintain their original intentions if they were tainted by fame and fortune? He desperately wanted to learn more about these superheroes. Fortunately, this information wasn't hard to find. It was practically everywhere. Bruce simply visited a random bookstore and found countless introductions and reports on superheroes. He quickly read through them, finally gaining a basic understanding of this world. It's the age of superheroes. Every year, VOT International recruits individuals gifted with superpowers to join their ranks. These superhumans are deployed across the country to help maintain law and order. Among VOT's over 200 superhumans, the most outstanding are the Super 7. While they're called 7, there are actually only 6: Homelander, Queen Maeve, Invisible, Locomotive, Deep Ocean, and Black. Bruce looked through their profiles, and the more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Katoom, this isn't right, Bruce exclaimed. Why do these people look so much like the Justice League you told me about? Maybe it's a coincidence, Katoom said casually. Coincidence? Bruce was completely unconvinced, staring at Katoom with suspicion. You didn't already know about this world and invent a Justice League based on the 7? Absolutely not, Katoom swore, raising his wings. You can't fool me. He flipped through the posters of the 7. Look, the Superman you told me about at the beginning, wasn't he just a copycat of Homelander? Wonder Woman is a copycat of Queen Maeve, Aquaman is the Deep Sea, the Flash is the Locomotive, and finally, he suddenly pointed at Juan. See, this Juan is obviously a copycat of Batman. Can you be more hypocritical? Katoom was so angry that he laughed. How come when it's Juan's turn, he's a copycat of Batman? And if he copied Batman, why didn't he copy it more realistically? Batman has a bare chin. Bruce stammered, maybe because he's black. Chapter 111. Martha. Bruce left the bookstore, arguing with Katoom. You still can't explain why Homelander and the Superman you're talking about have such similar abilities, except one is from Earth, the other an alien. It's called convergent evolution in the universe. Katoom had a point. For example, bats and pterosaurs are completely different creatures, yet they have similar wings. Whatever you say. Bruce didn't want to discuss the topic any further. Whether Superman actually existed or not didn't matter. Even if he was fake, the character Katoom had created was enough for Bruce to create an illusion. But I still think there's something wrong with this world's heroes. Bruce changed the subject. Heroes shouldn't be exposed to everyone. He and Katoom had just turned a corner as he spoke. He was only halfway through his sentence when, caught off guard, a cloud of blood suddenly exploded in the distance. A figure exploded under some high-speed impact. Bruce froze in his tracks. It happened so suddenly, and he was completely unprepared. He wasn't the only one standing there. Amidst the exploding blood and flesh, another man stood there, equally clueless. He clutched a pair of still warm hands, his girlfriend's. But only hands, nothing else. The man's face was smeared with splattered blood and flesh, a bewildered sight. His girlfriend had been standing right before him, but now she was nowhere to be seen. He turned around, bewildered, to see a black man with a backpack slung over his shoulder, his body drenched in blood. It was a superhero, one of the 7, Locomotive. It was him. Just then, while sprinting at high speed, he had crushed the man's girlfriend to pulp. Locomotive, panicking, removed his goggles, muttering incoherently, I can't stop, I can't stop. He turned back and vanished at lightning speed down the street. Was that an apology? Bruce stood there, watching the whole thing unfold. Katoom was speechless. He'd known for such a memorable scene, but who could have imagined encountering it right after turning a corner? Damn Locomotive, his timing was so perfect. Why are you running so fast? There's no farmer cracking a whip behind you. Now, that little bat might be getting stressed out. Bruce had seen bloody scenes before. Back in the Dusk Wolf universe, he'd seen entire buildings slaughtered. But this time, it was something completely different. As expected, Bruce mechanically turned his head and looked at Katoom. His eyes were cold, and he asked word by word, is this the hero of this world? Bruce recognized the perpetrator. He'd killed without stopping, without even a word of apology. He'd just run away, without a glance back. That must be it. He was so fast, I didn't see clearly, Katoom said. Bruce suddenly looked up at a large billboard in the distance. It was a photo of the seven. The Katoom grinned brightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He looked harmless. But then, a split second later, Bruce blinked, and the Katoom on the billboard had transformed into his blood-stained self. The combination of that bright smile was particularly striking. If even one locomotive behaved like this, what about the others? Especially the one standing in the center, draped in the American flag. Are they all like this? Bruce asked without turning back, still staring at the billboard. Routine, Katoom said. My feeling was right, Bruce's voice tinged with coldness. This is the inevitable result of the coexistence of superhumans and ordinary people. Superhumans are inherently more powerful than ordinary people. And the best of them, with their extraordinary abilities, could kill an ordinary person with a single wave of their hand or foot, even if they had no intention of killing. After all, it's difficult to control the force needed to step on an ant without killing it. Bruce, let's not talk about this for now. Katoom extended his wings and pointed in a direction. If I'm not mistaken, that's a camera, right? Bruce looked in the direction, his heart sinking. They were witnesses, captured on camera. At the Vought building, the locomotive, having cleaned up the blood, returned. His breath was a little short from the previous sprint. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. He pretended to be nonchalant and knocked on an office door. Come in, a voice called from inside. He pushed the door open, revealing a plain-looking woman wearing glasses. Her name was Ashley, and she was the secretary and assistant to Madeleine, Vought's vice president, handling matters related to the seven. Seeing it was he, she immediately stood up and offered a warm smile. How come you have time to come here today? She asked. You must be very busy with your announcements lately. He didn't bother with politeness and said directly, I just hit someone and killed them. You guys should do the usual PR. Ashley's expression remained unchanged, her smile still on. Okay, no problem, she asked. What exactly happened? He then told her what had just happened. That woman was asking for trouble, standing right there on the curb. Who can she blame for getting hit? The locomotive finally grumbled. Ashley, can you understand how I feel? Seriously, a perfectly good day is ruined. Of course I understand. It's okay, we'll handle it. Ashley sat back at her computer, typing away. I've pulled up the surveillance footage from that moment and deleted all the other backups. We've also identified the people who were there. Let me take a look. Oh, the woman who was hit was named Robin. She doesn't have much background. She had a boyfriend named Huey, who worked at a video store. He was a minor character, easy to handle, just like before. Just say you were fighting a super criminal and accidentally hurt her. We'll have you explain yourself on TV, and then give the relevant people a check for humanitarian compensation, and that'll be over. The locomotive had no objection to this arrangement. It had always been handled this way. He didn't even have to prepare an apology. The company would take care of everything. After making the arrangements, Ashley casually tapped away on the keyboard, then discovered something she'd overlooked. No, she said. There's another witness, who looks like a child. Ashley retrieved the relevant information, and Bruce's personal information in this world suddenly appeared before her. Bruce Wayne, an orphan, raised in the Vought orphanage, so, he's a failure, too, huh? Recently found by his biological family, and inheriting a large inheritance. With so many zeros, Ashley couldn't help but count the zeros after Bruce's assets. Then she exclaimed, 10 billion, how much? The locomotive suddenly became restless. He sprinted behind Ashley and saw the numbers on the computer screen. In an instant, the locomotive's mind buzzed. 10 billion in assets, completely controlled by a child? That amount of money could buy the Vought Corporation, right? Everyone in the family died, leaving only one person? And fresh out of the orphanage, with no foundation? How could this be possible? Isn't this challenging the weak spot of the locomotive? 10 billion, the locomotive muttered to himself. He only now realized that he had such a bottom line. He hesitated for a full second before making a decision. He remembered the name on the computer. Bruce Wayne, right? This is too much money. You can't handle it. Let Uncle Locomotive come. In a motel, Bruce checked all the things he had just bought. Very good, not one is missing. We have to hide first, Bruce said. If I am photographed as a witness, my information will be noticed. An orphan inherits a legacy of 10 billion, even God will be tempted. In this world, the name Bruce Wayne cannot be used. Katoom, we must disguise ourselves well. Bruce is willing to believe in the kindness in people's hearts, but he is just willing. His criteria for believing or not have always been very flexible, depending on what world he's in. In this world, for example, you can't believe it. Since the identity is not safe, then change it. Bruce thought about it and quickly gave himself a new name. From today on, my name will be Clark Kent, okay? Katoom nodded. Then I will be called Barbatos in the future. Bruce packed up his things, then looked at Katoom, and suddenly hesitated. Katoom, he said, don't you think it's a bit too conspicuous for me to have an owl around me? Hearing this, Katoom suddenly became excited. Ha, I had anticipated this situation a long time ago. I'm ready to disguise myself. After that, he took out a black mask from the feathers and put it on his head. This mask was the most common bank robber mask, but it was changed to the size of an owl. After Katoom put it on, only 2 eyes and a mouth were exposed. How about this disguise? Can you still recognize me? He asked. Who are you? Bruce said expressionlessly. Where has Katoom gone? The owl immediately clenched its wings, used feathers as thumbs, and raised them high to Bruce. Good cooperation, Katoom laughed. Don't worry, this mask is enchanted. As long as I wear it, others will ignore my existence. Late at night, in an alley. Huey was drunk and threw the bottle in his hand to the ground. He was Robin's boyfriend, and he watched helplessly as his lover was hit and killed by a locomotive in front of him, but he could do nothing. Robin's death had already spread. The locomotive held a press conference, and he explained everything in front of the camera. To be honest, I really didn't expect that there would be a woman in the middle of the road, he said. I was concentrating on catching the criminal and didn't pay any attention to her. That's why this tragedy happened. I don't want to see this happen. But to be honest, she really shouldn't have been standing in the middle of the road. Bullshit. When Huey heard these words, he wanted to smash the TV on the spot. Robin was clearly standing on the side of the road, not like what the locomotive said. He was making things up out of nothing. Huey's anger had reached its peak at that time, but as an ordinary person, he had to suppress it. What could he do? Nothing. Locomotive was a superhuman, backed by the massive Vought Corporation. He had no way of fighting them. Even if he tried to numb himself with alcohol, the bottle still featured locomotive. It took Huey a while to find another hero-endorsed liquor, just enough to get drunk. Locomotive. Vought Corporation, he screamed in agony in the alley. I'm going to kill you all, kill you all. As an ordinary person, he could only rage helplessly. There was no hope of revenge. But then, something strange happened in the alley. A tunnel, ripping through space, suddenly opened, and a figure emerged. The figure let out a creepy laugh. I just heard someone say they were going to kill someone. The laughter sobered Huey halfway. The figure drew closer, and Huey trembled as he backed away. Who are you? Don't come near me. Who am I? The figure emerged from the shadows, revealing his true face. Pale, green hair, and a smear of paint formed into an exaggerated smile. Not only that, Huey then realized that this person was actually a woman. You can call me Joker, the strange woman said, or you can call me by my real name Martha. Chapter 112. Are superhumans considered human? In the alley, Huey slumped to the ground, painfully recounting his experiences. Martha, the self-proclaimed clown, leaned against the wall, tossing an apple with interest. So, the heroes of this world are just a bunch of bastards. She took a bite of the apple and said as she chewed. That's a bit boring. Huey's eyes widened, bewildered. They're all a bunch of deceitful criminals who've brought untold suffering to people. And in the face of such a thing, you actually say, it's boring. It's boring to begin with, Martha sneered. A world made up entirely of lunatics can't be any fun. There has to be at least one lunatic who refuses to admit his madness for it to be interesting. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you, Martha said. Go on, I really enjoy listening to people complain. Huey had nothing more to say. He'd already covered Robin's death and the engine's shamelessness. Now all that remained was his own hatred. I'm going to kill the engine, he gritted his teeth. From now until now, no one has dared to look me in the eye and say sorry. I'm sorry, Martha suddenly said. Huey suddenly didn't understand what she was saying. He looked up and saw Martha looking back at him, looking into his eyes. I did what you just said, Martha said calmly. So has the hatred in your heart disappeared? Huey was stunned. Of course not. He wanted an apology from the engine. But just then, Martha suddenly stood in front of him and cupped his face. Don't be so serious, Kid, she looked at Huey. That's her life? Even if the engine says sorry to you, can we just pretend it never happened? Huh? The clown laughed. No way, Huey hadn't really thought about that question. Besides, what right do you have to forgive the murderer on behalf of your dead girlfriend, eh? Huey couldn't answer. Kid, I can see you have a lot of resentment towards the world. It's really as you said, it's unreasonable. With this, Martha pressed a dagger into Huey's hand. Take it, child, she said. This is a dagger made of a special metal. You can use it to kill anyone you want. It's time to take up arms. Only by forcing the world will it become reasonable. Go ahead and kill. As soon as Huey grasped the dagger, a powerful force he had never felt before flowed into his body. This force was mysterious and powerful, and it suddenly gave Huey a surge of ambition. Now, he could do anything. Go, child. I'll be waiting for your good news. Martha forced a broad smile and stroked Huey's head, like a loving mother caressing her child. Suddenly, Huey almost blurted out Mom. He felt an unprecedented maternal love in Martha. Even Huey, who had both parents, felt an urge to throw himself into her arms. At this moment, Huey suddenly wanted to show himself in front of Martha. He also wanted to do something for her. Martha, Huey stammered, why are you here? Is there anything I can help you with? For killing an owl, Martha smiled, still smiling. He stole my son's body and took over his identity. If you're interested, keep an eye out for him. Huey could see that her eyes were filled with sadness. She didn't really want to smile. But the cut at the corner of her mouth, and the red paint, made her look like she was perpetually smiling. Why? Why did she smile? Huey didn't know the reason, but Martha's sadness made him empathize. Ms. Martha, Huey suddenly felt a surge of courage he had never felt before. Just wait. I will definitely help you and make you truly smile. Finding the owl was self-evident, but Huey wanted to do more for her. He gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. This was Martha's expectation of him just now. Go kill. Do something that would please their mother. Kill, right? If I kill enough, will you truly be happy? He looked up. Then you'll just wait and see. Huey was like a child who was trying desperately to prove himself in front of his mother. He raised the dagger high and swore to Martha. I'm going to kill Engine now. He quickly left the alley, and then Martha stood up. It's really boring, she suddenly sighed. Everyone wants to be my child, but you are not Bruce. But if you insist, I won't stop you. But before you become my child, you must at least prove that you are the most powerful one among them, right? Martha raised her head and looked at the huge poster of the Super 7 in the distance. Standing in the very center is the strongest superhuman, Homelander. Engine walked out of the water building happily with a yearning for a better life. In his hand was all the information about Bruce Wayne. Can't find anyone anymore? Pretty cautious, Engine sneered a few times. It's a pity that you underestimated my strength. As soon as the words fell, the locomotive was suddenly knocked away. He rolled on the ground for several times until he crashed into the trash can. Who is it? He struggled to get up from the trash can and roared to the sky. But there was no one around. The locomotive understood instantly. Invisible Man, it's you, right? The locomotive cursed. Get out of here. No one answered. Suddenly, an invisible heavy punch hit the locomotive's chin. The locomotive was knocked to the ground again. Not only that, two flying knives suddenly flew out from nowhere, pierced the locomotive's hands, and nailed him to the ground. Ah! The locomotive screamed in pain. There was an extra weight on his back out of thin air, as if someone was sitting on him. Locomotive, you are really too greedy, someone said behind his back. A cake as big as 10 billion, do you think you can eat it all by yourself? It was indeed the voice of the Invisible Man. But when the locomotive saw the flying knife piercing his hand, he knew in his heart that the people coming were definitely not just the Invisible Man. Sure enough, silently, a black, fully armed figure appeared in front of the locomotive. Zounce. The locomotive had no idea when he appeared. Zounce was originally a top assassin, and it was very easy for him to hide his traces. The locomotive's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Because Zounce's appearance here only meant one thing. The motherland also knew it. Zounce has always represented the will of the motherland. I can explain. The locomotive could no longer muster the thought of resisting. He pleaded, I really didn't betray the motherland. I wanted to get the money first, and then give it to the motherland. Listen to your nonsense. The Invisible Man punched the locomotive on the head. Let me tell you, you didn't tell the motherland the first time you found the money, which can be regarded as a betrayal. You are not so stupid as to think that you are the only one who is tempted by 10 billion, are you? I really am not. The locomotive was about to cry. Think about it carefully. All my plans were completed in the company. How could this escape the eyes of the motherland? Because I didn't want to hide it at all. I am loyal to the motherland. He burst into tears and kept expressing his loyalty. But the people he was talking to were not the transparent men and Zoons who were here, but the motherland who might be everywhere. After saying this, the transparent men and Zoons finally let him go. After all, the purpose of their trip was not to really kill the locomotive. There was no need for that yet. The transparent man sneered and got off the locomotive. Locomotive, remember this, any benefit you can see must be taken by the motherland first. The rest, if the motherland doesn't give it to you, you can't take it. The locomotive nodded repeatedly. I remember. At the same time, he kept cursing in his heart. Damn invisible man, you are just a dog of my motherland. Why do you show off in front of me? Just wait, I will kill you sooner or later. Okay, come with us. Bruce was wearing a baseball cap and walking with his head down on the neon streets late at night. Katoom flew beside him, and indeed no one noticed him. Your gangster form is quite convenient. Bruce glanced at the owl wearing a mask, with only his eyes and mouth exposed. If possible, can you let me not see you too? Instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about what to do next. Katoom shook his head and said, you can't let me take you to this world, and then you keep running away, right? Isn't my goal very clear? Bruce said, I'm going to use the locomotive first to test the quality of this world. This so-called escape was actually just a decoy. He'd withdrawn a large sum of cash ahead of time, enough to accomplish what he wanted. I'm just an outsider. I won't meddle with the judgments of this world, but locomotive is different. Bruce pointed at himself and said, I'm only 13, I can't even watch R-rated movies, and locomotive made me see such a bloody scene. How guilty. If Bruce hadn't been 100% sure he could deal with the speedster, he might have already approached locomotive. He'd seen today's news, and locomotive's defense of himself made Bruce laugh. But behind the laughter was a deep sorrow. Because these superhumans also existed in his world, and their strength was even more terrifying. Everything that happened in the Black Robe world could happen in Bruce's homeland. He was now, because he was guilty of possessing a treasure, and perhaps locomotive had already targeted him. That was perfect. The hunter without strength should be attacked by the prey. Bruce pulled his baseball cap down and continued walking. Katoom, I have a question. He suddenly said. Go ahead, Owl nodded. Can a superhuman with superpowers still be considered human? Hearing this question, Owl was stunned for a moment. He knew Bruce was reluctant to kill. Shouldn't it be, not? Chapter 113, Run, Locomotive. Bruce wanted to maintain hope in the world. Even in this rotten-to-the-core world of black robes, he still believed that not everyone was evil. Even in the lowest depths of the abyss, there were still those who yearned for light. I'm willing to give you a chance. After all, I'm a good person. Bruce suddenly thought of how to deal with the engine. Speedster, huh? Then let me see how fast you are. With trepidation, the engine followed Zoonts into the elevator. He couldn't see the invisible man, and he didn't know if he was still with him. The elevator continued to rise, finally stopping. The doors opened, and the engine stepped out into the command hall. The hall wall had been transformed into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Standing before it was a tall, imposing figure. He stood with his back to the engine, his hands clasped behind his back. The American flag fluttered in the wind. He gazed at the neon-lit city, his city. Homelander, you're looking for me. The engine cautiously approached Homelander, head lowered, not daring to look him in the face. Ah, engine, my friend, you're here. Homelander turned around, a bright smile on his face. Why are you so late? He said. You should be fast. Why did you keep me waiting so long? I can explain. Engine was about to speak when a sudden, powerful force slammed him against the wall. Ugh, he doubled over, clutching his stomach. The intense pain felt like his intestines were twisting together. Homelander, still holding his hands behind his back, slowly approached Engine. Every step slowed Engine's heartbeat. Homelander reached out a hand, grabbed Engine's neck, and lifted him up. Engine instinctively grabbed Homelander's hand, his legs flailing, his face pale from suffocation. What good will betraying me do you? Homelander's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Engine, tell me, have you forgotten who the core of this team is? Engine didn't answer. He couldn't speak, only making hoarse sounds. His eyes rolled back, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. Homelander didn't let go. He leaned closer and continued to ask, "Speak, Engine. Why aren't you talking?" "I was wrong." Finally, Engine, using the last bit of air in his lungs, uttered the words that could save his life. Homelander smiled and threw Engine to the ground. As soon as he landed, he clutched his neck and gasped for air, savoring his hard-earned life. "This is your last chance," Homelander said softly. "Find the boy, get his money, and we'll split it 30/70, but before that, you have to do something to make me happy." Something to make Homelander happy? Engine, still recovering from the suffocation, didn't quite grasp Homelander's meaning. Homelander turned and looked around. He said, "I remember the Invisible Man didn't wear clothes when he was invisible, right?" Engine shuddered. Unseen, the Invisible Man did the same. "That's good," Homelander said with a smile. "Now, Engine. Find the Invisible Man and make him feel comfortable for once. You know what I mean, it is so." The locomotive lowered his head and dared not say a word. He resisted such things from the bottom of his heart, but no matter how unwilling he was, he could not go against his motherland. The humiliation and grief in his heart reached its peak. The locomotive stood up and prepared to find the Invisible Man in the hall. "No, no, no." The motherland suddenly stretched out a finger and shook it. "Crawl to find it," he said. The locomotive ran frantically on the street, and his speed was so fast that even tears could not keep up with him. "Beast, beast," he cursed from the bottom of his heart, trying to make himself forget everything that had just happened. But it didn't work. The voice of the motherland was still echoing in his ears. "I give you the boy's current position, remember to do it cleanly." In his opinion, the boy named Bruce was a little scheming. But not much. He left too many loopholes along the way, and was captured by the camera several times. As long as the big data network of Water Company is retrieved, his location can be easily found. Beep, the special sound of the locomotive running passed by, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the place where Bruce last appeared. Then he saw it, the boy named Bruce Wayne. He was wearing a baseball cap, walking on the side of the road, and he didn't look alert at all. "Found you." The locomotive sneered in his heart. The child is a child after all, thinking that he can escape his pursuit with a little disguise. What does this take for Water Company? The locomotive did not stop. He rushed towards Bruce at high speed, and at this moment, the other party also discovered him. With a look of horror on his face, Bruce turned and ran. At this moment, Bruce burst out with amazing speed, and disappeared in the street in the blink of an eye. He can also run at high speed? The locomotive was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yes, according to the information, Bruce grew up in an orphanage that was responsible for sheltering failed products of the Vought Company. Then he must have also received compound number 5 and possessed superpowers. Perhaps it was the same type of superpower as himself. Too naive? The locomotive sneered. Bruce didn't even think about it. With so many incredibly fast runners in the world, why did only he join the Super 7? Being black was certainly a big reason. But more importantly, the locomotive, was the fastest. Beep, beep, the sound of a train starting up echoed again, and the locomotive picked up speed again. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Bruce. Bruce, still running, heard the sound and looked back. The locomotive was already close. His expression grew even more terrified. He quickened his pace, increasing his speed even further, and even then, he barely closed the gap between them. The locomotive then sped up as well. But just as it was about to catch Bruce, the gap between them would widen a little more. Just a little, a little. Every time, just this little bit. The locomotive seemed to be on the verge of catching Bruce, but he always let him slip. The two of them ran on, seemingly forever. He fled, he chased, and neither of them could escape. Meanwhile, from another perspective, Bruce and Katoom stood on a rooftop, watching the locomotive race around a street corner. He ran like this, seemingly without stopping. The locomotive's figure was so fast that it could no longer be seen, but its endless looping movement always left an afterimage. He would keep running like this until he could no longer run. "You're really mean," said Katoom. "This is the chance I gave him," Bruce said coldly. "If he wasn't so obsessed with me, he wouldn't run himself to death." Next chapter 4,000 words. Chapter 114 The Heartbreaking Justice. The locomotive was naive. Armed with a single page of flimsy information, he'd walked right into Bruce's meticulously laid trap. How different was that from challenging Batman to a fight? Yet, Despite this, the benevolent Welshman gave the locomotive a chance. Sparing others was also sparing himself. But he ultimately underestimated the weight of the locomotive's burden. The eager, expectant gaze of his people seemed to be right behind him, spurring the locomotive on. How could he stop? At that moment, the locomotive, like his ancestors, raced across this free land. Is he mad? Bruce could sense that the other locomotive seemed even faster. In truth, only Bruce's own image remained realistic in the illusion he'd created. The other scenes were crude, and even a quick glance would reveal something was amiss. But the locomotive was moving too fast, and with eyes fixed on Bruce, he hadn't noticed the problem until now, and might never. Was catching me really that important to him? This burst of speed didn't last long. At a certain moment, the locomotive's speed suddenly slowed. He clutched his heart, panting. After a few more steps, he collapsed to the ground. Hoo-ho-ho, he gasped, his soul drained from him. It was almost over. Bruce was about to leap from the roof, landing in front of the locomotive. He hadn't done anything, merely placed an intangible bait before the locomotive. He could have stopped at any moment, but he insisted on running himself to exhaustion. He had brought this fate upon himself. But just as Bruce was about to take the stage, something unexpected happened. At the very moment the locomotive collapsed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Without warning, he raised a dagger and stabbed the locomotive in the chest. The locomotive let out a heartbreaking cry. But the figure, still unsatisfied, raised the dagger again, ready to strike again. He's it, Bruce's eyes widened, recognizing the man. He had been there when the locomotive made its hit and run, holding hands. Huey, the victim, Robin's boyfriend. Expelliarmus, Bruce unleashed a disarming spell without a second thought. How had this person appeared? Why had he not noticed? Huey himself had no idea. He simply followed the dagger's lead, easily locating his enemy. And he could even conceal himself, remaining undetected. The disarming spell struck the dagger in Huey's hand with pinpoint accuracy, but to Bruce's surprise, the dagger didn't fall. On the contrary, the magic struck the dagger, causing it to ripple with light, instantly devouring Bruce's magic. Huey's dagger fell. The locomotive's screams grew even more agonizing as it was stabbed in the chest again. Stop! Bruce leaped from the roof, shouting, "That's enough." He could tell Huey wasn't a murderer. His hand holding the knife was shaking, and even though it appeared he'd stabbed the locomotive twice, he'd missed. The locomotive screamed miserably, but it wasn't a life or death situation. "You're calling Huey, right? Stop it," Bruce shouted. "Don't stab him in the lower left part of his chest. That's his heart. Don't do that. He'll die, huh?" The engine suddenly stopped barking. He looked at Bruce in horror, as if he had seen a demon. Huey, with a cruel smile, found the spot Bruce had mentioned and stabbed him hard. Bruce sighed. "I told you not to." He raised the supreme wand and chanted. "Repel." The repulse curse blasted out, hitting Huey squarely. Huey was struck, thrown off the engine and slammed against the wall. He slid down, staggered to his feet, and looked at Bruce with a look of malice and madness. "I remember, you were there," Huey said. "So, you're in cahoots with him, and are here to stop me now." Even the engine's eyes flickered with hope. Bruce, who had been hunted for so long, actually stood up for him. Repaying evil with kindness, how kind of you. At that moment, the engine decided that if he could survive this time, he would only take Bruce's inheritance and not kill him. Instead, he would hand him over to his countrymen. But Bruce, upon hearing Huey's words, shook his head. "Save him? You're wrong." He pointed the supreme wand at the engine and chanted a spell. It was a spell taught by Katoom himself, a spell you could never learn in school. Cruciatus, the Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, immediately unleashed. The engine's pupils constricted, and he clutched his heart, letting out a deafening scream. Are the unforgivable curses necessarily evil? Not necessarily. It all depends on the person, whether they can or cannot use them. Unforgivable curses cast by others are undoubtedly dark magic. But when cast by Bruce, they are the power of justice. Of the 3 unforgivable curses, Bruce has no interest in the killing curse, nor does the imperious curse. Only the Cruciatus curse is his truest calling. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and all I do is justice. The engine finally experienced excruciating pain. His body was tormented to the point of convulsions, and he began to dangle in the air, feeling the full force of the Cruciatus curse. Kill me, The engine even considered death a release. Huey, watching this scene, even felt a hint of fear in his frenzy. I see. You're trying to steal my prey, aren't you? He gripped the dagger tightly, realizing that if Bruce continued to stand in his way, he wouldn't mind killing him too. Bruce looked at Huey silently. A good young man, yet driven to the state. Loco, you deserve death, but I will never let you kill him, Bruce said. If you take a life, there's no turning back. Which was more important, saving one more good person or killing one more bad guy? Bruce didn't know the answer yet. But right now, he didn't have to choose. Just then, Katoom flew to Bruce's side. Remember, little bat, the owl said. You owe me one, Avada Kedavra. Katoom's soul-snatching line struck Loco. His scream stopped instantly, and his body fell to the ground. Loco's pupils dilated, he was dead. Seeing this, Huey stumbled a few steps, his face filled with helplessness. The strength within him suddenly weakened. You're going to take away even my chance for revenge, Huey muttered. But I have to kill him. I need to make her happy, her. Bruce frowned. Who are you talking about, mother? Huey suddenly thought of a way to save himself. The locomotive was dead, and he had lost the chance to kill him. But there was still a troublesome guy in front of him, and killing him would be the same. Because of the Katoom bandit's hood, Huey didn't notice this Kiao. But by accident, he still found the most correct target. With a goal in his mind clear again, Huey gained new motivation. He roared, raised the dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Bruce. Faint, Bruce cast a spell, trying to knock Huey unconscious. But this time, Huey blocked the dagger in front of him, and the spell hit the dagger. But nothing happened. What kind of dagger is this? Bruce's curiosity reached its peak. A dagger that can make magic invalid, if it were to fall into the world of Harry Potter, would be the nemesis of all wizards. Such things should not be common. Where did Huey get it from? Bruce didn't care much about the aggressive Huey himself. He had more than just magic. Huey raised the knife to stab, Bruce dodged sideways, held down his arm, twisted his backhand, and Huey let go of the strange dagger in pain. After all, he was just an ordinary person who lacked exercise and had a worrying physical condition. Bruce was able to take him down with just his not-so-high fighting skills. Batboy pushed Huey away and made him fall to the ground. After losing the dagger, Huey suddenly became listless, and his previously crazy eyes became much clearer. Now, it's time to take a look at the strange dagger. Bruce turned around to pick up the dagger on the ground, but saw an unexpected scene. After landing, the dagger seemed to come alive, automatically searching for the nearest host. Undoubtedly, the closest being was the recently deceased engine. The dagger transformed into a streak of light and pierced Engine's body. A second later, Engine's eyes suddenly opened. Ho ho, Engine gasped heavily and sat up. A hint of confusion crossed his eyes, as if he couldn't understand how he had returned to life, his injuries and strength healing automatically. Bruce hadn't anticipated this. Engine wasn't stupid. After regaining his life, he didn't seek revenge. The green light that had taken his life had left a deep shadow on him. Revenge was out of the question, reconciliation was the better option. Engine glanced at Bruce, and a second later, at super speed, he vanished from the neighborhood. Bruce looked at Owl, his eyes filled with disbelief. Katoom, are you sure you just used Avada Kedavra? What else could it be? Katoom said unhappily. Do you want me to use it on you once? Bruce ignored the owl's complaint. His interest had been piqued. Bruce was not disappointed by the resurrection of the engine, it was nothing. If he could defeat him once, he could defeat him countless times. But the dagger really attracted his attention. You know, the engine was killed by the Avada Kedavra curse just now. The killing curse can completely destroy a person's soul, so that the victim cannot even form a ghost. It is a completely unsolvable spell. Even the Dionysus factor cannot resurrect those killed by the killing curse. But now, a dagger resurrected the engine in front of Bruce. Doesn't this mean that the most unforgivable killing curse has the possibility of being cracked at this time? Katoom was also very interested in this. Could it be that people who were killed by the killing curse in the future can be resurrected by stabbing them with a dagger? Shine Shanghai is. Engine, you resurrected well. Excellent. Bruce said in his heart, it's good that you have become a living case. In the future, there may be fewer deaths in the magic world because of this. Bruce is still unclear about the principle of resurrection. He will find a locomotive later. Now, it's time to deal with Huey's problem. Bruce turned around and squatted in front of Huey. He looked at the man who acted a little cowardly after losing the dagger. He was just an ordinary person. Fortunately, he didn't make him unable to turn back. Huey still has hope of returning to life. Are you okay? Bruce said. Huey was still a little unresponsive, and he couldn't even speak clearly. There were two pieces of information Bruce wanted to get from him. Where did the dagger come from? What did Huey mean by mother just now? But considering that he had just fought with Huey, the other party might still be hostile to him. It would be a bit difficult to get information from him. He had to use some gentle means. Bruce smiled, took out the supreme wand, and pressed it against Huey's chest. Remember how I tortured the locomotive just now, he said, so you'd better answer the next question truthfully, otherwise I will let you experience it yourself. Huey was stunned for a moment. He looked at the 13-year-old boy in front of him, and a word involuntarily came to his mind. Devil. After some friendly inquiries, Bruce left a block. Don't worry about Huey, he will leave naturally. Can that dagger be so powerful? Bruce said regretfully. Huey clearly remembered everything else, but he just lost a most crucial memory. Undoubtedly, this was related to the dagger. But Katoom had a guess. That dagger isn't from this world, he said. The more I look at it, the more it feels like it's from the DC universe. Bruce immediately understood what he meant. Barbatos pursuers had arrived. It was the person Huey had called Mother. This time, even Katoom couldn't guess what villain could be called Mother. Poison Ivy? Black Canary? Super Queen? It couldn't possibly be Perpetua, the mother of creation, could it? Barbatos was nothing more than a younger brother to her. If it were Perpetua, Katoom would have handed Bruce over without hesitation, swearing allegiance to the great mother of creation. Whoever this mother is, she's no good, Bruce said. If anyone dares to call themselves mother in front of me, I'll beat them to pulp. Good job. Katoom gave Bruce a thumbs up. That's right, beat her to death, but we don't even know who she is now. Bruce thought for a while. I'm afraid we still have to look for clues from the dagger, that is, find a locomotive again. Let's be careful with the dagger, Katoom analyzed. Judging from the performance just now, the dagger may be made of nth metal or back gold. I personally prefer nth metal. Among the 5 major metals, nth metal is the most mysterious and powerful one. It can subvert all science and magic, and it is an extremely strong material in itself. It can even accommodate the power of gods. For example, Dr. Fate's helmet is made of nth metal, which contains the power of the god Nabu. Katoom said to Bruce, so, we can't be reckless now. If it is really nth metal, then your magic will be completely restrained. One strike might kill you, and I wouldn't be able to save you even if I tried. The Dionysus factor might work, but it's a gift from Barbatos, and I'm a bit hesitant about integrating it into your body. Bruce nodded. He understood the logic. The most important thing now was to find a way to reach the locomotive and eliminate the dagger within him. Then, he could judge each of the evil superhumans one by one. But what specific method could he use? An idea suddenly struck Bruce. He said, Katoom, I've got a terrible idea. The owl immediately shook its head. No, I've got an even worse one. Man and bird exchanged a knowing smile. Then they looked up at the giant advertisement. The Great Super 7 now had only 6 members. And the first spot was still open, waiting to be filled. Chapter 115 Wizard. Bruce's original plan was to hide his tracks, lurking in the shadows. Then, deliberately sending out clues, he'd lure those metahumans with ulterior motives to him, and then strike back. According to Katoom, this was called a sting operation. But the arrival of pursuers and the dagger disrupted Bruce's plan. Hiding in plain sight was no longer effective. With the power of nth metal, pursuers would inevitably find him. So, he might as well unveil himself to the public. We're lucky. This world just happens to have this unspoken rule, Katoom said. As long as they're under the spotlight and cameras, even the most wicked metahumans have to act like saints, so joining the 7 is the safest option, right? Bruce understood Katoom's point. He had inherited a $10 billion fortune. If he kept it hidden, it would still attract countless covetous people. Revealing it publicly would only make others wary. But the 7 have to be superheroes. What heroic image can I use? Bruce thought, and immediately ruled out Batman. In his opinion, the so-called Group of 7 is actually an idol group that relies on marketing and performances to gain attention. The name Batman means a lot to Bruce, and it must not be used for people's entertainment. This is a blasphemy. He has to think of a new identity, To be used only in this world. Isn't it simple? Katoom said. Just use your current appearance. My current appearance? Bruce pointed at himself, his face full of confusion. Is the owl crazy? How can a 13-year-old child be a hero? Will public opinion recognize it? You don't understand this, Katoom laughed. I admit that the selection criteria of the group of 7 in the past were mainly biased towards handsome men and beautiful women, or showing diversity, but in essence, they still only look at interests. You have a lot of competitors now. If you want to stand out, you have to take a different track from others. Bruce, I call your track development hero. Bruce's brow furrowed. A training system? Why does that sound so strange? Katoom further explained, don't give me that expression. Trust me, this character is going to be very popular. First of all, you're worth billions, making you undoubtedly a powerful figure in capitalist society, and you have the credentials to be a hero, and then you're good-looking and young, which makes it easy to attract female fans. Bruce, don't forget, you were Lockhart's apprentice, Owl thought. Bruce still felt strange hearing Katoom's words, but he couldn't find a reason to refute them. Finally, there's one more thing. You're both strong and weak, Owl reminded him. Bruce, you're an orphan, Bruce asked, so what if I'm an orphan? Can I be weak even if I'm worth billions? Of course I can, Owl said casually. After all, no matter where you are, only if you're strong enough can you tell others you're weak. As for the true weak, no one cares. Katoom had designed the character for Bruce as an orphan with heroic dreams and a net worth of tens of billions. Will it work? Bruce wondered. Don't worry, Katoom patted Bruce on the shoulder and said, with this character, you're sure to attract a lot of mom fans. Now that the character design had been resolved, the next thing to decide was what kind of hero Bruce would play. He had the magic he learned at Hogwarts and could customize his abilities at will. After a moment's thought, Katoom came up with an idea. While we've already got the female fans, we definitely can't give up on the male fans either. If nothing unexpected happens, Bruce's competition this time will be Starlight, a sweet-looking superhero who has participated in various acting competitions since childhood and advocates for women. Such a rival should not be underestimated. If we want to attract male fans, we'll have to use some special means, Katoom asked Bruce. What do you think of a transformation? A different look, or a mecha? Is there any future for combining magic and mecha? Owl didn't know. But in the past, when he saw Kamen Rider or Super Sentai, there were also magic themes, so there should be a certain degree of acceptance. Your idea is really creative, Bruce asked back, but where can I get a mecha? Isn't this a coincidence? Katoom flapped his wings. I just happened to pick up a mecha before. After that, the owl really took out a set of red and gold mecha suits from its feathers in front of Bruce. Iron Man armor. Picked up from Red Skull's showroom. Dang 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 dang, Owl put the mecha on the ground and solemnly introduced it to Bruce. A product of Stark Group, it's brand new. We just need to use the transformation spell to change the details, and it will be a brand new set of armor. At this moment, seeing the owl pull out an armored suit bigger than Bruce from its feathers, Batboy had only one thought. He wanted to lift the owl upside down, shake it, and see what good stuff was inside. Don't just stand there, get to work, said the owl. Transform this armor into knight style, and you will be the new generation of wizard knight. After making all the decisions, Bruce casually bought a villa and used it as a place to stay. The owl flew around on the ceiling, holding a mobile phone in its claws. Have you memorized the script? I'm going to start recording. If you want to compete for a position in the 7-member team, you have to send the relevant information to Water Company. Starlight did just that. She sent Water Company all her training records and award certificates from childhood to adulthood. Bruce didn't have these things, so he had to start from scratch. I memorized it a long time ago. Bruce held the script and asked with some doubts, are you sure the lines are okay? The first sentence you said at the beginning, hello, all the national producers. Where did the national producers come from in the Water Group? Don't worry about it. It's normal for a 13-year-old to make mistakes. Owl held up his mobile phone. Hurry up, let's start shooting. Bruce sighed, put the manuscript aside, and walked to the camera. No matter whether it works or not, let's give it a try. Then, Bruce walked to the designated position and prepared to shoot. Start. Katoom shouted. Hearing the voice, Bruce began to perform according to the previous rehearsal. The first step is to bow. The Super 7, originally there were 7 people. But not long ago, the original member, Lamplighter, retired, which left a vacant position. Fans have always been concerned about who will be the next seventh person. There are many different opinions on this topic, and all kinds of rumors are rampant, but there has been no definite statement. Until this day, a vote was suddenly issued on the official website of Water Company. Who is the seventh? You decide. After clicking on it, many photos appeared in front of people. It seems that there are many contestants, but 2 photos are arranged in the most eye-catching position. They are obviously the main heroes promoted by Water Company this time. The first one is a blonde girl with a sweet smile, and a white uniform that makes her look more youthful. The following is a relevant introduction hero codename, Starlight, real name Annie January, hero abilities, absorbing energy, releasing electric light, and super endurance. After clicking on the photo, there is a promotional video and personal interview of Starlight. In the interview, Starlight's sweet image and neighborly temperament left a deep impression on people. If nothing unexpected happens, it is her. With such a mood, people looked at the next photo, and then fell into shock. Is Vought Company serious? Isn't this a child? Hero codename, Wizard, real name Bruce Wayne, hero ability, mysterious magical power, and can summon magic armor to fight at critical moments. Then, people clicked on the trailer and saw youthful Bruce. He wore a shy smile, just like any other little boy. No one knew how long Bruce had been developing this seemingly ordinary smile. It was inspired by Gilderoy Lockhart, the dream lover of countless female witches. With just one glance, countless female fans were captivated by Bruce's smile. This boy looked so pure. His smile was flawless, pure and innocent. Soon, more details about Bruce Wayne were revealed in the trailer and interviews. 13 years old, raised in an orphanage, heir to a multi-billion-dollar inheritance, dreamed of being a hero from a young age, willing to dedicate everything he had to serving the people. What a wonderful child. In an instant, countless people felt sympathy for Bruce. So pitiful. He lost everything as a child, yet grew up strong, dreaming of becoming a hero. Later, through fate, he gained everything others could only dream of, yet he never lost his original heart and continued to want to serve the world. Could there be a better child in the world? They must help Bruce realize his dream. Even before Vought's announcement was released, the internet erupted in excitement. Unlike Starlight's fragmented male fans, Bruce's female fans instantly united behind a unified narrative. We must help Boo Boo realize his dream. He has unlimited potential and is definitely the perfect seventh member. Boo Boo is perfect for the 7. His values haven't settled yet, but with heroes like Homelander guiding him, he'll surely become an even greater hero. Soon, the internet was overwhelmingly supportive of Bruce. But then, a video surfaced, showing Starlight silently weeping. I just want to prove that little girls like me can realize their dreams, she sobbed. I have nothing left. If I wasn't chosen this time, I'll just marry someone and live a mediocre life. This video was like a shot in the arm. Starlight, who had been practically condemned to death, regained her support. Damn Bruce. Brothers, for Goddess Starlight, follow me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Come to My Sister. What was happening online wasn't a vote, but a war. No other candidates mattered. Only 2 factions remained online, the Starlight faction and the Bubble faction. Even many public figures were being pressured into choosing between Starlight and Bruce. What could they say? They could only play dead or remain neutral. In a darkened room, a monitor lit up, illuminating a pale face and the smiley paint on it. I found you, Bruce, she chuckled, her eyes fixed on the screen. An interview with Bruce was playing. I've always missed my mom and dad. They're the people I love most, Bruce said. I've thought countless times about living with them, just being an ordinary person, carefree and happy every day. Martha's eyes wavered for a moment, but then she regained her resolve. She had to follow the plan. As long as it worked, Bruce would return to her forever. Martha repeated this to herself over and over again. But when she saw the interviewer's next question, when you're most lonely, who do you think of? Bruce answered without hesitation. I miss my mother most, he said. I have a vague memory of a very beautiful woman, and I believe she is my mother. Martha's grip tightened, crushing the armrest of the chair. Though she knew she couldn't waver, this was really Bruce's face. She took several deep breaths before calming herself. You damn owl, I won't let you succeed. Her eyes were filled with hatred and madness, and she wanted to find the owl hiding in the dark and tear it into pieces immediately. But an owl is an owl, and Bruce is Bruce. They are different. Martha would never attack Bruce. That was her child, and any harm would be heartbreaking to her. The interview was over. Martha remained silent and clicked play again. Countless comments scrolled beside the video. Bruce is so handsome. I feel so sorry for Boo. He must love his mom. Martha couldn't help but smile at the comments. The comments continued. Bruce, hey, my Bruce, poor little Bruce, I wouldn't mind being his mom. Martha's lips, which had just risen, suddenly fell again. I think Bruce's dad must be a very decent man. That's right, Bruce is so polite. He must have been influenced by his father when he was a baby. Martha's face turned even darker. That old man Thomas is decent? Forget it. He's a lunatic. A good-for-nothing who can't even protect his own son. Martha continued to watch, and suddenly, a particularly eye-catching comment caught her eye. Bruce Wayne is a piece of shit. Ugly and incompetent. He must have made some shady deal with the VOD Corporation behind the scenes. So what if he's rich? Can money buy parents? Martha's face instantly darkened. She clicked on the comment and saw that it was a fake account with no credentials. Martha's teeth were grinding. Even though she knew it was a fake account, she couldn't help but type on the keyboard. Are all your family members dead? Do you think you can scold Bruce? The online war of words intensified. Fans from both factions had lost their minds, the conflict raging to the point of irreconcilability. And the sole beneficiary of all this was VOD Corporation. The more the netizens argued, the more VOD Corporation's stock price soared. Watching the ever-tumbling vote count, VOD Corporation's executives developed happy anxieties. The previous price was too low, $1 per vote. It should have been higher. And beyond the ticket price, they also had another concern. Between Starlight and Bruce, who should they choose? The traffic for both of them had already reached astronomical figures, and giving up either would be painful. If only they could have both. As long as both made the 7-member group, there would surely be plenty of buzz. Bruce was still young, so some topics couldn't be hyped. However, if it was just spontaneous fan action, VOD Corporation couldn't control it. Meanwhile, a small meeting was underway in the VOD Corporation Vice President's office. The meeting was led by VOD Vice President Madeleine, accompanied by executives from various departments. Starlight and Bruce, what are you thinking? She said. Stop talking about going by the results. These two have to be on the team together. Madeleine hadn't anticipated the level of buzz this time. In reality, Starlight couldn't stand up to Bruce, his popularity was too high. But a one-sided situation wasn't what VOD wanted, and Starlight himself was certainly a fan favorite. So Madeleine played a role in the back end. The video Starlight had posted earlier was actually made by Madeleine's mother, who pressured Starlight to film it. After that, VOD evenly bought Starlight a lot of publicity. Even so, they barely tied with Bruce. The only upside, however, was that with this marketing push, Starlight had actually amassed a significant following. His popularity wasn't entirely fake. Then, an executive suggested, we don't have to stick with a 7-member group, right? How about an 8-member group? That's a great suggestion. We'll see if we can do it again. Madeleine rejected it directly. What's the difference between this operation and a double champion in a talent show? Will our water company bow down for traffic? Of course. But they can't say it. Even if they are pretending, they must pretend to be fair. Once the precedent of double champions is set, there will be endless troubles. If there are double champions, fans will not have such high discussion and participation in similar competitive talent shows in the future. How about forming a group? Someone else proposed. Let Starlight and Bruce form a brother-sister group and debut together. Are you serious? Madeleine asked back. Their fans are already arguing so much, can they still form a group? The executive didn't dare to continue speaking. Oh. Madeleine sighed. She had thought of countless ways these days, but she couldn't find a satisfactory one. Is it really that difficult? She wanted both gooses that lay golden eggs. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? Just then, knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked. Madeleine frowned. Who was the blind guy knocking at the door at this time? Come in, she said bluntly. The door opened, and Ashley, the vice president's secretary, walked in tremblingly with a tablet in her arms. She looked terrified, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. What's wrong? Madeleine found something wrong. Speak, Miss Madeleine. Ashley was almost about to cry. There's bad news. Speak, Madeleine said coldly. Now except for Starlight and Bruce, everything else is trivial. If there's any bad news, must it be brought here? Didn't you see she is in a meeting? It's the Invisible Man. Ashley burst into tears and said in great horror, he's dead. In an instant, it was as if a lightning bolt pierced through Madeleine's brain. She slammed the table. Great, huh? At this moment, all the executives, including Ashley, looked at Madeleine with puzzled eyes. Ahem, Madeleine coughed a few times. I mean, it's such a pity. What happened? We are still investigating the specific reasons, Ashley reported tremblingly, but the body of the Invisible Man has been found, and he was sent directly to the company. Arrogant, Madeleine realized the seriousness of the problem. Someone is provoking water company. Killed their people and sent the bodies to the company. This is no longer an ordinary criminal, and a heavy blow must be dealt. But before that, Madeleine thought for a while and said, don't make it public yet. The campaign between Starlight and Bruce is still going on. We will announce it on the last day. Wait until the last day to announce the death of the Invisible Man, which means that there is an extra vacant position in the group of 7. Then, no matter whether the second place is Starlight or Bruce, they can enter the group of 7 naturally without any objection. And in this case, the second place is equivalent to gaining a revenge persona, and there is another marketing angle. Madeleine thought to herself, Invisible Man, why didn't I see that you are so considerate? It must be said that you died at a really good time. The greatest value of your life is the timing of your death. It's really great. Let's do it this way, you go down. Madeleine said to Ashley without changing her expression. The heated election was over. In the end, Bruce won the chance to join the group of 7, which made Starlight's fans feel heartbroken. They accused each other of having an inside story, and Starlight's fans must stand up and seek justice for Starlight. But before they started to act, good news came. Because of the accidental death of the Invisible Man, there was an extra vacancy in the group of 7. Starlight automatically qualified to enter. Finally, everyone was satisfied. Bruce got out of the car and walked on the red carpet. There were countless cameras and flashbulbs all around. This was a welcome party for the new heroes, and everyone was celebrating Bruce and Starlight joining the group of 7. Starlight walked beside Bruce. I'm sorry, Bruce, she whispered. My mother forced me to shoot the video before. It was not my intention. Bruce nodded, his smile intact as he continued to wave to the reporters. Yes or no, does it matter? After a brief speech, they began their new heroic journeys. The superhero veterans also showed their friendliness. Bruce, Queen Maeve said, I'll show you around so you can get acquainted with the company. Chapter 117 I'll hit you. I've been looking forward to some fresh blood in the 7, but I didn't expect it to be a little too fresh. Queen Maeve walked Bruce through Vought Corporation. Her smile was so friendly that it made one feel a tinge of affection. This was the strength of a veteran Vought superhero. She led Bruce to an observation room and introduced him. Look at this. We have 2 Worldview 4 satellites in orbit around the Earth. They can basically read the license plates of fleeing vehicles from an altitude of over 600 kilometers. Bruce looked at the screen curiously. The entire city was visible. If the camera zoomed out, the entire country was within its observation range. Katoom flew beside Bruce, but no one noticed him. They can monitor an entire city, but turn a blind eye to the atrocities of a locomotive, Bruce said to Katoom. The thought of me being constantly monitored by a company like this makes me feel suffocated. His words revealed his opposition to surveillance. Do you think people shouldn't be spied on? Asked Owl. Of course, Bruce said. Everyone has the right to protect their privacy. Vought Corporation's all-encompassing surveillance is tantamount to a crime, but Batman did it too, Katoom suddenly said. Your future self is also monitoring all of Gotham. Are you crazy? How can it be the same? Bruce cursed and moved on. He noticed that the owl looked a little strange now. Katoom, Bruce said, why do I feel like you're expecting something to happen? Well, Katoom dragged out a long tone, nothing. I just want to see if there will be any story between Queen Maeve and you next. Then you're expecting nothing, Bruce said confidently. Nothing will happen. At this point, Queen Maeve called out to him. What's wrong? She said with a smile. You seem to be in a daze. Nothing, Bruce quickly explained. I just can't believe it. I feel like I'm in a dream. Touched, He said, I used to stand in front of the mirror and pretend I was where I am now. I never thought it would become a reality. Seeing Bruce's innocent expression, Queen Maeve's smile suddenly faltered. She quickly hid her strangeness, keeping it quiet, and said with a smile, everyone's like that. When I first came here, I couldn't help but slap myself. Bruce laughed a few times as well. Then he said, by the way, Queen Maeve, just call me Maeve, Sister Maeve, Bruce said. When can I start fighting crime? It's too early. Maeve smiled and shook her head. You're still young. I don't think we'll be assigned any dangerous missions right now. Your most important task right now is to interact with your fans, in other words, to be a mascot. Bruce was momentarily unconvinced. But those criminals, don't worry about that, Maeve said. We have Homeland. You should know how powerful Homeland is. She smiled and said, I imagine a boy your age would have a poster of Homeland in his bedroom. Right, Maeve had intended it as a joke, but Bruce denied it without hesitation. No, Bruce's expression was shy yet firm. Actually, it's your poster in my bedroom, Maeve was stunned. I put it up where it's most visible, so I can see it every morning when I wake up. Bruce clenched his fists, trying to prove his sincerity. Queen Maeve, I've always been a fan. Maeve was at a loss for words. She stared at Bruce's innocent face, her throat suddenly dry. Maeve swallowed. Bruce, stay away from me, she suddenly said. Bruce looked a little uneasy, thinking he'd done something wrong. It's none of your business, Maeve quickly explained. You just looked a little too delicious, and you were too close to me, she trailed off. A hint of struggle crossed Maeve's face, as if she wanted to tell Bruce the truth. The world wasn't as rosy as this child imagined. But in the end, she didn't directly reveal the true face of Owl Corporation, instead using a more euphemistic approach. Bruce, she said, I remember you got over 10 million votes in this vote, right? Yes, Bruce nodded. That's equivalent to over 10 million fans now, Queen Maeve said. That's your strength. No matter what you encounter in the company from now on, remember that you have over 10 million fans behind you. Sister Maeve, I don't quite understand what you mean, Bruce said. You might as well be more blunt. I've been blunt enough, Queen Maeve shook her head. In short, just remember that right now, Homelander is the only one in the entire company with a higher popularity than you. He's the only one you can't mess with. She finished her words, unwilling to say more. Okay, that's all for today. I have things to do. I'll look forward to our missions together later. With that, Queen Maeve hurried off. She acted as if Bruce were some terrifying monster. When Maeve was gone, Bruce and Katoom were the only ones left. It seems not everyone in the Seven is so unscrupulous, Bruce suddenly said. Katoom sighed. I'll remove the camera hanging from his chest. I thought I'd capture something truly extraordinary. It's okay. You can still capture something if you want. Let's capture something unique. Bruce pulled his phone from his pocket. I remember Deep Ocean just walked into the command room with Starlight, right? Inside the command room, Starlight froze, bewildered. Her worldview shattered in that moment. Starlight had just finished her speech about joining the Seven, her heart filled with hope for the future. Deep Ocean took her on a tour of the Vought Corporation command room. They chatted briskly, and everything seemed so beautiful. Until Deep Ocean took off his pants in front of her. Don't overthink it. This is just a matter of how badly you want to join the Super 7. Shanghai stepped closer, his entire body brimming with confidence. Didn't you just say you were a fan? Now we can get closer. Okay, what did you say? Xinguang's eyes flashed white, and electric energy threatened to burst forth. Oh, don't get excited, Shanghai said with a playful smile. I know you're strong, with powerful superpowers, and I don't want to fight you, but the problem is, his expression suddenly turned serious. I'm the second in command of the Seven, you know? I can easily decide whether you stay or go. Xinguang's restless energy suddenly stagnated. It seems you understand. Shanghai sat down at the round table in the command room, legs spread wide, facing Xinguang. You know, we're a team now, and we need to help each other. You're just a little girl. You should know better than to be so rude. Xinguang closed her eyes tightly, endless humiliation and anger churning in her heart. At this moment, she really wanted to launch an electromagnetic pulse to burn Shanghai through. Okay, come here, Shanghai said even more fiercely. Be obedient. Hasn't joining the Seven been your dream since you were a child? Think about those children who adore you. Xinguang's breathing became heavier. and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, stained with the color of her eyeshadow, forming 2 black tear marks. Come here, don't challenge my patience. Deep Sea gave an ultimatum. On one side was a dream, and on the other side was dignity. Starlight had just joined the 7 and was faced with such a choice. Which one should be sacrificed? Deep Sea was fearless and had completely controlled Starlight. He even pushed his hips to show off his power. Just when he thought he was going to enjoy Starlight's service, suddenly, the door of the command hall opened. Bruce Wayne, the guy who joined the 7 at the same time as Starlight, held up a mobile phone and swaggered into the command hall. He was still saying, "Family, we are now in the legendary command hall. Let me show you the details inside." After that, he scanned the interior of the hall with the camera. Everything that should be shot and what should not be shot was taken in. At this moment, Deep Sea's brain suddenly became congested and his ears were buzzing. "What are you doing?" he roared. "Are you broadcasting live?" Ah! At that moment, Bruce's expression shifted, as if he'd just woken up from a dream, as if he'd just seen everything. Mr. Deep Sea, he seemed even more anxious than Deep Sea. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" "It's over, it's all in this video. Are you live streaming?" Deep Sea kept asking. "Are you live streaming?" "Live streaming?" "No," Bruce said innocently. "I'm just filming a video, documenting my wonderful life, and I'll post it online for my fans." Hearing this, Deep Sea breathed a sigh of relief. He extended his hand and said to Bruce, "That's good. Give me your phone." "Oh, Mr. Deep Sea, am I disturbing you and Starlight?" Bruce said, but his hand showed no sign of handing over his phone. No. At that moment, Starlight, as if she had found a savior, quickly hid behind Bruce. She was actually taller than Bruce was now, so she could only curl up as much as possible. "Bruce, save me," she cried in a voice tinged with tears. "Give me your phone." Shanghai didn't even have time to put on his pants before he hurried to Bruce. "Mr. Shanghai, I may have to say sorry." Bruce changed his confused look and put his phone behind his back. "I can't give you this video, you bastard. Do you want to die?" Shanghai cursed. "I only need one word to make you two get out of here. If you're scared, hand over your phone." Bruce's face suddenly sank. "Mr. Shanghai, I remember that in the popularity vote of the 7-member group, you seem to have only more than 1 million votes, almost falling short of 7 figures, right? So what?" Shanghai still maintained a fierce look. "Nothing, I just hope that you can be more polite when you speak to me," Bruce said coldly. "I hope you can calculate carefully. How many fans do you have and how many fans do I have?" Pa. Suddenly, a slap was slapped on the face of Shanghai. Shanghai was completely stunned. "You hit me?" he asked in disbelief. "I'll beat you up if I want to," Bruce said indifferently. "Do you really need to choose a day?" Chapter 118, Mingling with the Seniors. Deep Sea was completely overwhelmed by Bruce's aura. He suddenly realized that the brat before him wasn't as easily fooled as Starlight. But he couldn't back down now. If he continued to force his stance, he might still get the video back. If he gave in, he would be forever under Bruce's thumb. He warned him fiercely, "Bruce, you're still the new guy. Don't let your fans get you cocky." Bruce shrugged, "But you don't even have a fraction of the fans I have." "You?" Deep Sea sneered. "You disrespect your seniors after joining the 7. If word gets out about this, do you think you'll still have so many fans?" Bruce glanced at Deep Sea's groin, which was a disgrace. "Should we respect a senior who's not wearing pants in front of a junior?" He picked up his phone, pointed it at Deep Sea, and snapped another picture. This behavior completely infuriated Deep Sea. "I'm trying to talk to you nicely, but you won't listen." Deep Sea suddenly lunged at Bruce. If words didn't work, then he wouldn't hesitate to use force. "Repel them." Suddenly, a short staff appeared in Bruce's hand. With a casual swing, Deep Sea was slammed into the wall. "Deep Sea, come here." With another swing of the staff, Deep Sea felt another section force, sucking him in front of Bruce and crashing to the floor. What had just happened? Deep Sea was completely stunned. He had only seen Bruce swing the staff a few times, sending him flying uncontrollably. What was the difference between him and a toy? "Come again?" Bruce asked calmly, tucking the staff into his coat. Deep Sea dared not speak. Suddenly, he remembered Bruce's ability. In his normal state, Bruce was a wizard. But in a crucial moment, he could summon a magical mecha. "What a fight. It seems you've remembered my ability," Bruce sneered. With my magic, I can take on a bunch of losers like you who can only talk to fish. Deep Sea lowered his head and crouched on the ground, his fists clenched and cracked. He felt deeply humiliated. Now, a 13-year-old could bully him. Starlight couldn't help but peek out from behind Bruce and see Deep's current state. Was this the same kind of person threatening her just now? She had almost given in. Then, Bruce spoke again. I never thought there was a scum like you in the Seven, he said. Now, please apologize for your actions. Not only did you hurt Miss Starlight, you also stained my eyes. Have you ever considered that I'm still a child? Deep trembled, knowing he was completely hopeless. Bruce would have to bear this secret for the rest of his life. I'm sorry, he was about to apologize when he heard Bruce's angry roar. Is that how you apologize? Deep looked up, bewildered. He was apologizing. What else could he say? Bruce pulled out his phone, shook it, and activated the camera mode. Don't you like to show off? Then show more. Take off your shirt. Deep's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly remembered the comments made by some fans during the rookie competition. They said Bruce would become a true hero under Homelander's influence. Deep thought, no need to bother with Homelander's influence. He was already a little Homelander. You're going too far. Deep tried to redeem himself once more. He could easily take off his pants in front of others, but he really didn't want to take off his shirt. How can you be like this? He stammered. I mean, you're so young, you should be more tolerant. It doesn't matter, I'm an orphan. Bruce held up his phone and scolded Deep again. Hurry up, take off your shirt. Otherwise, you know the consequences. At this moment, Deep felt exactly how Starlight felt when he threatened her. With tears of humiliation, he peeled off his vest-like shirt. Tisk, 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 Bruce said with disgust. Deep's abdomen bore two gill-like organs, giving him a strange appearance. This was why he refused to take off his shirt. This ugly organ made him different from normal people, and his parents, unable to accept such a child, abandoned him at the age of 9. The gills, apparently a superpower, had become the source of Deep Sea's twisted personality. At this moment, Deep Sea, naked, knelt before Bruce and Starlight, kowtowed deeply. I'm sorry, he said. I shouldn't have sexually harassed someone in the workplace. I shouldn't have let a child see such an ugly scene. I'm guilty. Please forgive me, that's more like it. Bruce had recorded the entire incident. Deep Sea had previously attempted to harass Starlight by turning off the surveillance cameras in the hall, only to end up shooting himself in the foot. Now, he couldn't get any help from heaven or earth. Besides, if this matter were to be made public, Bruce would be in the right. Mr. Deep Sea, I hope you will behave yourself in the future, Bruce said. As long as you sincerely repent, I won't release the video. There was no falsehood or deception in his words. Bruce certainly wouldn't share the video. But he couldn't guarantee whether Katoom would. Bruce left with Starlight. I didn't expect Deep Sea to be this kind of person, Bruce said with lingering fear. Workplace bullying is truly horrific. Fortunately, he was the perpetrator. Starlight's makeup was still smudged, and she felt like she'd survived a catastrophe. If Bruce hadn't shown up, she couldn't even imagine what would have happened. I really don't know how to thank you, Starlight said heartfeltly. It's my greatest fortune to be on the Seven at the same time as you. This is all I should do. No thanks needed. Bruce's main goal was to blackmail Deep Sea. Saving Starlight was just a side job. He didn't expect any thanks. You should be more careful. Vought Corporation isn't that simple. They're ruthless, Bruce warned. If you want to deal with those bad guys, you have to be worse than them. Starlight nodded vigorously. I get it, Bruce, she said. Take good care of yourself too. You helped me today. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Hearing this, Katoom, who had been standing on Bruce's shoulder, perked up. Really? Owl said. Then look at his legs. Bruce ignored Katoom's outburst. He said to Starlight, of course I joined the Seven to be a hero. I hope you can stay true to your heart. These words touched Starlight's heart. I will, Bruce, she said. We will become true heroes. Starlight thanked Bruce again before reluctantly leaving. Bruce stood there, while Katoom chattered beside him. You've got some skills, talking to bad guys about interests, talking to good guys about ideals. You've mastered the art of language. Bruce shook his head, non-committal. Didn't I learn all this from you? He said. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Bruce joined the Seven, not for a fame or to be a hero, but to find the dagger. It has been 2.5 years since he left the DC world, and Bruce thought he had made considerable progress. But the magic forbidden dagger made all his efforts go to waste. This sounded the alarm for Bruce, telling him not to put his hopes on a single ability, but to learn a wider range of skills. But before that, he needed to get rid of the dagger. "It's too dangerous to have that dagger wandering around," Bruce said. "I have to have this kind of thing in my hands to feel at ease." Now he has successfully joined the Seven, and has become friends with the old members, and has been integrated into the team. The next thing to do is to find the engine. See if he can take the dagger out of his body. In the front lobby of the water building, the engine poked his head out stealthily. He didn't see anyone. He breathed a sigh of relief, then walked out of the lobby, ready to leave. At this moment, someone suddenly called him. "Mr. Engine." He suddenly turned around and saw Bruce standing in the distance, smiling and waving at him. The train's pupils contracted immediately, and he subconsciously wanted to leave here at super speed. However, the moment he took a step, he showed a hint of hesitation. The memory of chasing Bruce emerged in his mind. At that time, the ability Bruce showed was super speed, but now it has become magic. This made the train couldn't help but suspect that he was under a curse and had hallucinations. The closer Bruce got, the more nervous the train became. He touched the position of his heart, and the shadow of piercing his heart and bones had not dissipated. The train finally gave up the idea of escaping. "Mr. Train, you finally stopped hiding from me." Bruce smiled and approached him, putting his hand on his shoulder. Then he whispered, "Why do you want to run away?" "Train, guess why I want to join the Seven?" The locomotive's body shuddered suddenly. Sure enough. He knew it. Bruce was not a good guy. He was coming for him. The locomotive gritted his teeth and said to Bruce, "I know your true face. You are a murderer. You killed me." He couldn't see the owl, so he just thought that the killing curse was cast by Bruce. Bruce was too lazy to expose it. "I killed you because you deserve to be killed," he said. "You might as well reflect on yourself and what you have done." "That's not my intention," the locomotive wanted to explain himself. He didn't mean to kill anyone. And he paid the price of his life for it. It's time to let it go, right? Why didn't he want to let himself go? "Mr. Locomotive, don't think everything is simple. You still have a lot to atone for your sins." Bruce and the locomotive walked side by side. I didn't know if they were close friends. The locomotive didn't dare to run away. He lowered his head and asked, "Is the one talking to me now the real you? Or is it another illusion?" I was really scared by that illusion. Bruce smiled. Guess. Chapter 119. The locomotive runs faster. The engine considered it, but remained silent. Regardless of whether it was real or not, he could just dismiss it as an illusion. Seeing the engine's reaction, Bruce became even more puzzled. Based on Huey's previous experience, the dagger would drive a person to a state of madness, as if the darkness within them had been magnified. But after being resurrected by the dagger, the engine showed no such signs of madness. Instead, it looked even more cowardly. The figure before the engine was indeed Bruce's illusion spell. How could he have gotten so close to the engine without being sure he could handle the dagger? Furthermore, using the illusion spell on the engine was just a one-time experiment. The dagger could negate magic, so the engine shouldn't have been caught in an illusion. But now it had succeeded. Bruce couldn't help but wonder, could the dagger no longer be with the engine? He hesitated to jump to conclusions. He needed to observe further. "Mr. Engine, I'm actually really curious. How did you come back to life?" Bruce said deliberately. "If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. You know, if I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times, right? Countless times." The engine saw the devil. Although Homelander bullied him, he didn't kill him. But Bruce really dared to do it. "I really don't know how I was resurrected," he said tremblingly. "I just closed my eyes and opened them. I don't know anything else." "You still don't want to tell me the truth," Bruce sighed. "Mr. Engine, let's be sincere to each other. If you are willing to tell me the truth, I will also be sincere to you." Torturing himself sincerely? The engine will never forget the heart-wrenching pain that night. He spoke without thinking, and in order to make Bruce believe him, he even revealed his biggest secret. "I really don't know anything. In fact, I am also very curious. After resurrection, my heart disease is cured." "Heart disease?" Bruce looked at the engine curiously. This guy has a heart disease, but he still runs so fast every day. Is he not satisfied that he died fast enough? In that case, We really need to have a chat. Bruce suddenly stopped and pointed to a coffee shop across the street. Let's go there. You should get something to eat. I've heard your stomach growling several times. Locomotive immediately agreed. As a super runner, Locomotive's energy needs far exceed those of ordinary people. He needs at least 30,000 calories a day to sustain normal activity. So, when you see Locomotive, he's usually either drinking a milkshake or eating a cupcake. After chatting with Bruce for so long, he's already starving. Thank you, Locomotive said, his head bowed. You're the most approachable billionaire I've ever met. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm treating you? Bruce asked, puzzled. Of course you're treating me. You're an adult, and you're asking a child to pay for your meal. Locomotive devoured the cupcakes, each one a sip. He was clearly terrified, but he didn't stop eating. Bruce sat in front of him, not eating a thing. Is it not to your taste? The engine still had the presence of mind to ask Bruce a question. I come to this restaurant often. The food is delicious. Bruce shook his head, hallucinating what he was eating. To the other customers, the engine was just sitting there alone, talking to the air across from him. It was like he was in a hysterical state. Finally, after eating and drinking his fill, the engine let out a long sigh, rubbed his belly, and regained his spirits. I've come to terms with it now. You're even scarier than Homelander, he said. My life is in your hands anyway. Ask whatever you want. Very optimistic, Bruce took out the Supreme Wand and waved it casually in front of the engine. Actually, I wouldn't kill casually. I'd only kill the most heinous criminals. I was wrong. The engine apologized immediately, his attitude sincere. I shouldn't have set my sights on your inheritance, but you have to believe me. Homelander told me to do this. I'm not interested in your money. Bruce sneered twice but didn't answer. Just a little interest, at most, Locomotive continued to defend himself. At the time, I had no idea you were that capable. If I had known, I wouldn't have appeared before you. Stop telling lies like that. Let's talk about your resurrection. Bruce wasn't interested in delving into this further. What changes have you seen in your body since your resurrection? Changes. Locomotive thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Not much, actually. The main thing is that the heart disease that's been bothering me for so long is gone. I can run around without restraint. He spoke out the troubles he'd been carrying for years, as if complaining. You don't know. I know, Bruce interrupted. Your prime is over. To maintain your career, you even started using drugs. I know all this. Katoom had already mentioned this. Locomotive's expression suddenly became as if he had seen a ghost. Mind reading? He asked in a low voice. You also have this trick. It's just something that comes with it, Bruce replied vaguely. He did know legilimency, but he wasn't proficient. Because it wasn't very effective against those with strong will and superpowers. Bruce wanted to protect an entire city, and future opponents would only grow stronger. Delving into legilimency was an inefficient method. Furthermore, he was very ritualistic. If you were interrogating a prisoner, without the torture process, even if he got the information he wanted, it wouldn't be quick and easy. That's not right, the engine suddenly realized. If you can read minds, why would you threaten me? For the fun of it, Bruce said. You? The engine was completely speechless. Okay, I admit defeat. He finally accepted reality. Fortunately, he hadn't lied before, otherwise, if what he said wasn't what he meant, Bruce might have another excuse to kill him. This time, the engine couldn't guarantee his resurrection. Bruce suddenly asked, by the way, besides your body, how is your memory? Have you ever had a memory gap? Huey had experienced this before. At this remark, the engine's expression suddenly became serious, and a thought occurred to him. Now that you mention it, it's true, he said. It seems like the night the Invisible Man died, my memory suddenly went blank. At this point, the engine suddenly fell silent. A terrifying thought struck him. Bruce raised a brow and gestured to the milkshake in front of the engine. Don't worry, drink it while we talk. Let's talk about the grudge between you and the Invisible Man. The engine's unspoken secret opened Bruce's eyes. Could Homelander be so shrewd? Did he enjoy watching this? I don't really hate the Invisible Man. I just felt a little humiliated at the time. The engine's voice was extremely low, afraid those around him might hear. Bruce now understood that the humiliation he felt at that time had been magnified, leading to his ultimate loss of control. However, the boy hadn't completely lost his mind and run for revenge on Homelander. He still knew to pick on the weak. This must be just a coincidence, right? Locomotive reiterated. I didn't kill the Invisible Man. His skin is made of carbon, harder than diamond. Even if I dragged him for 100 kilometers, I couldn't kill him, so I definitely didn't kill the Invisible Man. I don't have the ability. Bruce simply shook his head. Why not just drown him? He asked. And then you could put the blame on the deep sea. Why not? The Invisible Man wasn't drowned, but hacked to pieces. Such a madness was entirely within the reach of that special metal dagger. Locomotive knew this, of course, but he couldn't explain the blanks in his memory. It really wasn't me. It really wasn't me, he could only repeat. Bruce ignored him, dwelling on the dagger. If his guess was correct, the dagger, with its special powers, was constantly searching for a host. It would infinitely amplify the host's dark side, tempting them to commit a murder, and then blank out that memory, leaving the murderer with no recollection of the murder. That's going to be troublesome, Bruce thought. The whereabouts of the dagger has become a complete mystery, and since Barbatos sent this dagger, he must have someone he wants to kill. It can't be me, because he wants to capture him alive. Then who does Barbatos want to kill? At this moment, Bruce's real body suddenly realized something and turned to look at the owl's position. Katoom was curled up in a ball, pretending to cry. It's over, he said in a sobbing voice. I'm going to be killed. How can I die before I accomplish my great cause? Stop pretending, Bruce interrupted Katoom's performance. But now, he was basically certain that the dagger was made of metal, and Barbatos had infused it with some kind of divine power. Otherwise, how could a simple dagger kill the Demon King Owl? Don't worry, Katoom, Bruce said casually, you will always live in my heart. In the coffee shop, the locomotive had eaten and drunk his fill and answered all Bruce's questions. Can I go now? He said, I'm innocent, you can't kill me casually. I don't want to kill you for the time being, Bruce said, but haven't you got enough blood on your hands so far? You must atone for this. Regarding this statement, the locomotive had no confidence to refute it. He could only think for a moment and asked, how can I atone for my sins? Do something a hero should do? Bruce took out his mobile phone and showed a news picture. A fire broke out somewhere and countless people were trapped in it. Saving everyone here is your first step. I will go with you and keep an eye on you. The locomotive saw the address and asked in confusion. The scene is hundreds of kilometers away from here. It's no problem for me to go, but how are you going? Isn't that simple? Bruce asked. Locomotive, I heard that you can pull a train. Run faster. On the highway, the locomotive sped along, a rope tied to its body, connected to a pickup truck behind it. They were so fast that only a shadow remained. The locomotive gritted its teeth and ran. This action seemed to trigger a memory buried deep in its genes. A feeling of nostalgia. Bruce stood on the back of the pickup truck and shouted at the locomotive, faster. If you delay saving people, I will not forgive you. Chapter 120. Someone wants to overthrow the Seven. As the locomotive raced through the sound barrier, they neared their destination. The fire raged, nearly setting the entire town on fire. The locomotive was panting. Even though his heart disease had been eradicated, the intense exertion was still too much for him. A little distance from their destination, Bruce suddenly stopped the locomotive. He dismounted and untied the ropes holding the locomotive. Now, run over with me on your back, Bruce said. People will definitely take pictures. Locomotive, you're going to be famous again. What do you mean by famous? The locomotive didn't care, he just wanted to rest. No time for you to rest. Go save people, Bruce said without mercy. Given what you've done, giving you a chance to atone for your sins is already a great honor. The locomotive was completely helpless. He casually stuffed a few cakes he had just packed into his mouth, swallowed them with difficulty, and resumed his run. Finally, they reached their destination. The fire scene was a shambles. Several fire trucks were spraying water into the blaze, but it was a drop in the bucket, making no difference. My child. He's still in the fire, someone among the victims screamed. She was pulled back into the flames by many people. The fire grew stronger, and a sense of despair washed over everyone. Suddenly, a signature sound rang out, and the crowd's hearts trembled. It was the engine. The superheroes were coming. With a whirring sound and a gust of wind, the engine appeared on the scene, carrying the newly minted hero Bruce Wayne on his back. Everyone, we're here, Bruce shouted to the crowd without hesitation after descending. He drew his wand, chanted a spell, and countless streams of water appeared out of thin air, extinguishing the flames. This was the power of the superhero wizard. What are you still standing there for? Bruce whispered. Are you waiting for me to whip you? Go save people, could you please be more polite? The engine glared at Bruce from behind. He certainly didn't have the right to make demands on Bruce, but could he at least consider his feelings? After this fire, he should at least treat himself to something. In a minute, the engine's hyper-accelerated metabolism restored some of his strength. At super speed, he charged into the fire without a backward glance. Then, people saw the engine's figure appear and disappear, each time carrying or hugging a trapped person. The crisis caused by the fire had finally ended safely. No one was harmed. Afterward, a crowd surrounded the engine and Bruce, reluctant to leave. They held up their phones, capturing the heroic figures. Reporters with professional equipment constantly changed angles, their cameras flashing. Awesome, engine, Bruce, you're great too, thank you. The crowd's heartfelt gratitude made the engine's lips curl up. It's okay. It's okay. It's what I should do, ahem. Bruce coughed softly beside him. The engine immediately understood what he meant and quickly corrected his tone. It's what we should do. He hugged Bruce and said the words Batboy had taught him. Bruce saw the news first, and then he found me immediately. Although the fire scene is far away from us, as a superhero, no matter how hard or difficult it is not an excuse. The crowd burst into applause. This incident quickly spread on the internet. While everyone thanked the engine, they did not forget Bruce's contribution. All kinds of corny remarks continue to appear today. Bubeo is also trying to be a hero. Bruce is seriously learning the qualities of each hero. He will definitely become the best hero. Look at his relationship with the engine. Bruce integrated into the 7-member team so quickly. After these reports, the engine suddenly felt something was wrong. It's over. He realized it belatedly and felt something was wrong. What if these reports were seen by his homelanders? The newcomer had just joined the team, and he had played with him and achieved such an achievement. In the eyes of his homelanders, would they think that he was resentful and wanted to start over? Misunderstanding. His loyalty to his homeland was known to everyone from Ireland to Kitten. Locomotive immediately wanted to go to his homelanders to explain. But Bruce stopped him with one sentence. To explain now will make you look guilty. Have you thought of this a long time ago? Locomotive glared at Bruce. Now everyone thinks that I am your teacher, teaching you to be a hero, and I am almost bound to you. Aren't you ashamed of saying this? Bruce said with a smile. Who is teaching who to be a hero? Damn it, Locomotive gritted his teeth, knowing that he had been fooled this time. Bruce must be young and frivolous, and he doesn't know how terrible the homelanders are. He dares to do anything to become famous. You know, although these public opinions have been praising them, they are not necessarily in their favor. Bruce, I understand that you want to take advantage of my fame, but I must tell you about the terribleness of the homelanders. He wanted to give Bruce some advice from the bottom of his heart, but was stopped by the other party. Locomotive, it's too late to say anything now. Bruce took out his mobile phone and found a comment. The commenter had an owl avatar and looked like a fan of Bruce. In the most popular video where Locomotive and Bruce appeared together, he commented, "That's great." Under Locomotive's guidance, Bruce will definitely become the next Homelander. Seeing this comment, Locomotive's heart stopped for a beat. Which beast is spreading rumors? He was completely enraged, losing his composure. If Homelander saw such a statement, he'd be dead. He wouldn't even have the chance to explain. Given Homelander's character, he'd only think he had ulterior motives, trying to train someone new to replace Homelander. For a traitor like him, Homelander would surely rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Unjust. So unjust? All Locomotive wanted to do now was cry. What a bastard had made such a comment. He was finally deeply bound to Bruce, and there was no turning back. Suddenly, Bruce said, "Don't worry, Locomotive. This is just a screenshot. The real comment has been deleted. It appeared for less than a second, so no one would see it." Really? A surge of hope rose in Locomotive's heart. Bruce poured cold water on him again, but our deeply held views are deeply ingrained and cannot be changed. Then, without waiting for Locomotive's reaction, Bruce delivered an even more shocking tidbit. "Locomotive, I have something to tell you. Someone is plotting against the Super 7 and trying to overthrow everything." "Who?" Locomotive asked in disbelief. "Me," Bruce said. "I have completed the chapter's IO, and I still need 1,000 words. I will finish them all tomorrow." Chapter 121 Walter Decryption. The engine suddenly covered his ears. "I didn't hear anything," he said. "I just had tinnitus." "It's too late, Mr. Engine," Bruce said with a smile. "You can't turn back now. We're going to work together to overthrow the current system at Vought. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me that. The engine desperately covered his ears. I don't want to hear that. Bruce didn't insist. He sat on the sofa and watched the engine's performance with interest. The matter was done. Seeing Bruce's expression of complete control over himself, the engine couldn't believe how a 13-year-old could have such thoughts. Was he really born evil? He slowly lowered his hands from covering his ears. Why are you telling me all this? The engine said with a dejected look. Aren't you afraid I'll tell my countrymen? Tell the higher-ups at the company? Go ahead. Bruce extended his hand, indicating that the engine could leave at any time. Go tell them that a 13-year-old is trying to overthrow Vought. I want to see if they will believe you, a drug-addled hero who's about to fade into obscurity, or me, a kid who's not deeply involved in this. Sparks were about to burst from the engine's eyes. Kid? What kid is as bad as you? Think about it, Mr. Engine. No matter how you deny it, we're all in this together. Bruce stood up, not wanting to continue chatting with Engine. Give him a little time, and he'll realize he has no choice. I'll wait for your good news, Engine. Vought Company. When Bruce walked in, everyone greeted him warmly. When you're up there, you only see smiling faces. Good morning, Bruce. Starlight, in a white uniform, walked into the elevator with Bruce. Today was their first meeting at the Seven since joining. I'm a little nervous, Starlight said, clutching her chest. We're about to see Homelander. Even just thinking about it, I feel his overwhelming presence coming over me. That's right, Bruce nodded. He's the strongest. After all, the elevator opened, and they walked into the command hall. The others hadn't arrived yet, but Shenhei was already seated. Upon seeing Bruce and Starlight, his expression immediately faltered. Starlight, too, was resistant to Shenhei and wanted to stay away from him, but Bruce paid no mind and sat down next to Shenhei. Shenhei immediately became restless. He hesitated for a long time, glancing at Bruce repeatedly. After a fierce mental struggle, he decided to say hello. Good morning, Bruce. It was then that Bruce seemed to notice someone sitting next to him. He turned his head, glanced at him, and asked with a puzzled look. Who are you? Shenhei was stunned. He actually asked who he was? What did you mean? I'm Deep Sea, Deep Sea stammered. We met yesterday. Oh, Bruce stretched out his words, suddenly realizing. Then he smiled and said with a hint of sarcasm, with you dressed like this, I almost didn't recognize you. PFFT. Starlight on the other side couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly realized what was happening, apologized, and then stopped smiling, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Deep Sea's face flushed, and he was extremely embarrassed. He unconsciously leaned to the side, trying to get away from Bruce. This kid was so mean. Was he really not going to give him a bit of face? After all, he was Deep Sea, a veteran hero, the once famous Deep Sea. But Deep Sea soon realized that Bruce didn't seem to respect his ideas at all. Not only that, Deep Sea felt that Bruce looked at him strangely, as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. The other 7 members of the group arrived one after another, Locomotive, Black, and Queen Maeve. Homelander was the last to arrive. As he entered the hall, he opened his arms and smiled brightly. Ah, what do I see? 2 new faces, he exclaimed enthusiastically. 2 incredibly popular new faces. Homelander stepped between Bruce and Starlight, resting his hands on the backs of their chairs and bowing his head. I can sense your youthful energy. I believe you can bring a different feel to the 7. Thank you, Mr. Homelander. Starlight expressed her gratitude to Homelander. She felt a little afraid to raise her head in front of the strongest metahuman. Just standing there instilled immense pressure. Bruce, however, remained calm, observing Homelander. True to the hype, Homelander was like a saint, seemingly invincible. He couldn't defeat him on his own. Bruce was even more convinced that this was the world's greatest scourge. Homelander returned to his seat, like a star surrounded by stars, and began his speech. The recent proposal regarding the Seven's incorporation into the military has reached a critical juncture, he said. At this time, you should demonstrate yourselves in public and show your worth. He then pointed at Locomotive. Look at Locomotive, you've done quite well. He turned and smiled at Locomotive. That fire was quite publicized, wasn't it? Locomotive, you're the real hero, Homelander. Locomotive was about to speak when Homelander slowly reached out his hand and placed it on his head. Boom. Before he could blink, Locomotive was slammed hard onto the table. His head clattered against the table with a loud clang. Sorry, My hand slipped. Homelander withdrew his hand, his expression as nonchalant as if nothing had happened. Locomotive wailed in pain, but no one cared. Everything had happened so quickly that Starlight didn't even have time to react. She was frozen in place. When she realized what was happening, she saw everyone else's expressions were as if they were all familiar. Starlight's heart began to beat wildly. Fear, shock, despair, and betrayal. She suddenly realized what Bruce had meant when he'd told her the previous day about Fuss brutality. Deep Sea, Homelander, they were all the same. This was the team she dreamed of since childhood? At that moment, Homelander, having finished bullying Tank Engine, suddenly looked in her direction. Starlight shuddered and sat upright. But Homelander wasn't looking at her, but at Bruce, who was sitting next to her. What do you think, Bruce? Homelander's voice was devoid of emotion as he posed a crucial question. What was your assessment of Tank Engine's bullying? Was it a classic scene? Should the technique be improved? And, did it serve as a warning to others? Clearly, Homelander had addressed Tank Engine this way at the very beginning of the meeting as a warning to the others. Don't have any ulterior motives. However, Bruce's response completely surprised Homelander. Not bad, Bruce said. Tank Engine's performance at the fire scene certainly attracted quite a bit of attention. He seemed to have missed Homelander's point and answered a completely different question. Homelander smiled. It seemed his attempt to scare the monkeys hadn't worked. Unfortunately, he'd originally wanted to spare Bruce this for the sake of his 10 million fans. Queen Maeve, sitting on Homelander's other side, suddenly stiffened. She kept giving Bruce looks. Didn't you listen to what I told you yesterday? Don't provoke Homelander. Homelander slowly stood up and approached Bruce. So, you think what I did to the train was excessive? That's hard for me to say, but when Homelander approached, Bruce looked up and smiled. These things should be judged by the readers of Walter's Secret. Walter's Secret? Homelander paused, looking at Bruce suspiciously. What Walter's Secret? Oh, I think I forgot to mention that. Bruce's smile grew wider. My fans are so passionate and interested in me, they're obsessed with knowing what I'm doing all the time. So they just created a media outlet to exclusively report on me. I would occasionally share with them my daily life inside Vought, and after they reported on it, they attracted a large number of fans. Some people seem to be particularly interested in the behind-the-screen side of superheroes, so from then on, the media business expanded a little bit to report on the wonderful life inside the Seven, and named the website Vought Leaks. They invested a lot of money in promoting the website. Now Vought Leaks should cover nearly 10 million users. And the number is still increasing. Bruce just casually said such a news that even Homelander felt a headache. Homelander is not a fool. It is impossible for him not to hear the implication. What kind of bullshit media that was spontaneously established by fans? It must be you, Bruce. Who did it? You have a website, Homelander said in disbelief. It specializes in reporting on the inside story of the Seven, and it has more than 10 million fans? How come I didn't know anything about it? His Homelander searches the internet intensively every day, but how come he has never heard of the name of Walter Leaks? Bruce did not comment on the question of whether the website belonged to him. He just smiled and explained, maybe it's because of the recommendation algorithm. Walter Leaks will not be pushed to superhumans, then the company doesn't care. At this time, Homelander had completely given up the idea of bullying Bruce. He just wanted to find out whether this website was true or false. If this is true, and Bruce casually said something bad about him on the website, it would be a major blow to his image. At this moment, Homelander actually felt a little wary of Bruce. Image collapse and so on. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. The company originally wanted to care, Bruce said, but the creator of the website made friends with the executives, so they turned a blind eye to me. After all, I was just sharing my daily life. In the end, Bruce simply stopped pretending and started to say making friends with executives? Homelander felt that his mind was a little confused. Why should a 13-year-old child make friends with executives? The answer was very simple, and Homelander thought of it immediately. Because Bruce has 10 billion. I have been moved, let alone those executives? After thinking about this clearly, when Homelander looked at Bruce again, he felt that this kid was really approachable. How could anyone want to bully such a cute child? Ho ha ho ha, Homelander suddenly laughed heartily. He patted Bruce on the shoulder and was extremely enthusiastic. Why didn't you say so earlier? He said with some regret. If you had said it earlier, the locomotive wouldn't have accidentally hit its head. Right, Homelander's last question was directed at the locomotive. The locomotive immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, it was my own carelessness. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Homelander turned back to Bruce to confirm tentatively, what did Walter Decrypt say about me? Of course it was good, Bruce said with a smile. You give me the feeling of a good brother. Yes, yes, that's what I said. Homelander laughed and patted Bruce on the shoulder. If Bruce was not still sitting, Homelander really wanted to give him a hug. The tense atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant. Homelander returned to his seat, and the words he wanted to teach Bruce a lesson just now were completely forgotten. What lesson is there to teach? Who dares to teach Bruce a lesson? Bruce, who has Walter Decrypt, is his brother and beloved friend to Homelander. As Homelander returned to his seat, Deep Sea suddenly turned his head. His eyes met Bruce's. Although the two did not say a word, they had already completed a conversation. Deep Sea looked pleadingly. Will my video also be on Walter Decrypt? Bruce glared at him and said, who are you to be worthy of Walt's decryption? Get out. Deep Sea's eyes lit up and said, oh, okay. Bruce originally wanted to get along with the Seven as an ordinary hero. But what he got in return was bullying. So he laid his cards on the table and stopped pretending. He was a billionaire. After all, it was money given for free by this world. Bruce never felt sorry for using it. He threw it all away, and even God would be confused. Although Vought Corporation had many people loyal to the company, as long as Bruce made friends with people from top to bottom, there would be no problem. If he met someone who was particularly principled and not tempted by money, Bruce also had some exquisite magic. Homelander was smiling at this time. He had a long-term vision and did not care about temporary gains and losses. Everything has its pros and cons. Although Bruce could threaten himself with Vought decryption now, his Homelander had many means. Sooner or later, Vought decryption would belong to his Homelander. Bruce was just making wedding clothes for himself. As long as he had this confidence, he would be able to challenge Vought Corporation in the future. Great. The people of the motherland are proud in their hearts. Bruce, oh Bruce, you are really my half-brother. Chapter 122 Batsifer. At that moment, the other members of the Seven finally began to look at Bruce with a new perspective. They finally realized that the person sitting with them wasn't just any 13-year-old. If Bruce wanted, he could even become a shareholder in Vought. After fully understanding Vought, Bruce finally understood how corrupt and useless the company truly was. It appeared to be a behemoth, but in reality, it was plagued by internal conflicts. Especially since they had created something like Homelander, with no way to counter it. If I hadn't come to this world, Vought would have been taken over by Homelander sooner or later, Bruce thought. Perhaps not just the company, but even America would have fallen into Homelander's hands. The meeting ended without incident. As Starlight exited the command hall, she felt as if she were in another world. Bruce, did you just suppress Homelander? She whispered. He's the most powerful superhero. Bruce remained silent. Isn't that as simple as training a dog? Homelander's biggest problem was that he thought he was smart. This smartness came from the compliments of those around him, and these compliments were based on his immense strength. If Homelander tried to force his way, Bruce would have no way to stop him. Unfortunately, he was too obsessed with being an idol. Bruce didn't answer Starlight's question. This woman is a bit clueless. Homelander is nearby, and he can hear you whispering about him behind his back. Starlight, I know Homelander is your idol, and you're a little unhappy with my behavior just now, Bruce said casually. But the truth is, Homelander is my idol too. He's the greatest hero in the world. He gave Starlight a deep look. You better be more careful. Over time, Bruce's fame grew. He could be seen on almost every mission of the Seven. Sometimes, it was Engine carrying him to the scene. Sometimes, Queen Maeve carried him from the sky. Other times, he and Starlight would go on missions together, dispelling rumors of discord within the team. And this time, it was Deep Sea's turn. Smuggling has been rampant around here lately. Everyone's bribed, and those smugglers are getting a bit reckless. Bruce and Deep Ocean were on this mission to Port City. Deep Ocean, with his head lowered and his eyes subdued, explained the purpose of their trip to Bruce. It's because they were too arrogant, and it got exposed, and the public is very upset. According to Deep Ocean, if the public didn't know, they wouldn't bother to care. Bruce didn't want to listen to Deep Ocean's words. He looked at the port in the distance, and a mixture of emotions suddenly filled his heart. Katoom, standing on his shoulder, echoed his sentiment, a lot like it. This port city vaguely resembled Gotham. Bruce couldn't help but think that perhaps it was Gotham's prosperous shipping industry and the huge profits it brought to the city that gave rise to so much crime. But in reality, the real profits didn't stay in Gotham, but were instead shipped elsewhere after transiting through Gotham. Deep Ocean had no idea what Bruce was thinking. He looked at the piles of containers in the port and sneered. With so much stuff, I wonder how many parasites it feeds, he cursed. Humans built ports for the sake of maritime profit, but who knows how much they've destroyed the habitats of marine life. In my opinion, humans should stay on land and return the oceans to nature. All port cities must die. Hearing this, Katoom was stunned. Has Deep always been so brave? Gotham is a port city too. When you curse the port cities, you're also cursing Gotham. Sure enough, Bruce turned and glanced at Deep with a cold expression. Deep, confused, smiled back at Bruce. Well, you're right. Suddenly, Bruce sighed. If we weren't so obsessed with profit, there wouldn't be so much crime. That's right. Deep nodded heavily in agreement, completely unaware of the near-death experience he had just had. This time, the mission was to dismantle the smuggling dens at the port. Bruce and Deep were already in position. Deep Sea whispered, Bruce, I have a plan. Forget that plan. Bruce shook his head. I have a plan. Deep Sea immediately shut up, indicating that he was all ears. The smuggling den isn't the point, he said. Do you see that ship in the distance? Deep Sea looked where Bruce was pointing and saw a large ship anchored in the harbor. I've checked that ship. It's the largest smuggling ship here. The smugglers eat and drink on board and rarely leave. Deep Sea nodded, a look of sudden enlightenment. Bruce frowned. Why are you nodding? He hadn't even gotten to the point. You explained it well, Deep Sea said. After hearing your explanation, I realize how reckless my previous actions were. Bruce, being able to work with you is a true transformation for me. In future operations, I will definitely follow your example, constantly recalling your teachings, and constantly improving and growing. Deep Sea chattered, his eyes revealing a longing. It was as if he was saying to Bruce, I've complimented you so much, you have to compliment me again later. Bruce suddenly felt unlucky. Alright, stop saying that kind of thing. It's a waste of time. He waved his hand, signaling Deep to shut up. Flattery was really not this guy's style. It sounded extremely awkward. Voldemort's words sounded better. Next, I'll go destroy the hideout, and you dive underwater and seize the ship. Bruce was a little worried, and glanced at Deep for confirmation. You should be able to do something like this, right? He didn't want to make all the plans, only to have his teammates become the biggest loophole. That would really make Bruce angry. Deep immediately patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, it will be no problem. I've done this kind of thing many times. Okay, then go. Bruce and Deep split up, and Katoom followed behind Batboy, laughing. Deep is definitely going to screw up, he said. Bruce, not every teammate is reliable. I think Deep is that one in a million piece of shit. He didn't even know how he'd even made the team. I know Deep is a loser on land. Bruce didn't deny Katoom's assessment of Deep. He was just a bit better than most people on land. But the ocean was Deep's home turf. Even if he was a loser, he couldn't be this bad, right? If he really screws up today, it'll be a wake-up call for me, Bruce said. Then I'll never trust anyone who claims to be invincible in the sea again. Just wait and see, Katoom was confident. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Deep's superpowers, it was that he didn't trust the ocean. What could you expect from someone who could get killed while saving a dolphin, get shelled while saving a lobster, and get knocked unconscious while standing on a whale? Stop talking. Time tracked. By then, Bruce had already reached the smuggling den. He didn't really care if Deep failed. It wouldn't affect the overall situation. For now, he focused on his mission. With just a few glances, he spotted the weakest point in the compound's security. I can get in through that ventilation duct and sneak around behind all the criminals without anyone noticing, Bruce said. Then I can climb to the ceiling, from above, and silently take out those criminals one by one. This was a stealth technique, one Batman often used. It was extremely effective. Seeing teammates disappear one after another without warning was terrifying. It was like Batman was declaring, next, it's your turn. However, Bruce wasn't Batman at this moment, and his mind automatically rejected this infiltration method. Going through the ventilation duct was too much trouble. He had a better way to sneak. Suddenly, Bruce leaped to his feet. The gunman, caught off guard by the shadowy figure, instinctively wanted to shoot. But Bruce was quicker. Expelliarmus, he waved the supreme wand repeatedly, and the gunmen's guns fell one by one. Stoop. Bruce followed up with a stunning spell, then launched a barrage of spells, rendering the gangsters incapacitated. They collapsed at Bruce's feet, and he casually retracted the supreme wand. As long as he could take care of everyone, no one would notice his entrance. This was a different kind of stealth than Batman's. It felt pretty good. Bruce's mission complete, he threw out several ropes, and with the help of magic, they automatically bound the gangsters. The police would take them away next. Superheroes in this world, while committing all sorts of evil deeds behind the scenes, were required to maintain a good guy facade in front of the cameras. Killing people was a taboo. After completing his mission, Bruce thought of Deep Sea. I wonder how he's doing over there. He couldn't possibly mess it up even after giving him repeated instructions. Just then, a steam whistle blew, the sound of a freighter starting up. Bruce turned in disbelief, seeing the freighter spewing white mist as it departed the harbor. Had Deep Sea failed? Bruce headed to the harbor and saw Deep Ocean crawling onto the shore, looking utterly. What can a wounded Deep Sea do? Then, they saw an incredible scene. Behind the freighter, a white streak cut through the seawater and came towards this side at a high speed. Is it Deep Sea? The smugglers stuck their heads out and saw the true face of the figure breaking through the waves. It is Deep Sea, but it is not Deep Sea. At this moment, Deep Sea was swimming rapidly on the water, creating countless waves. Behind him, a young man holding a magic wand was standing on Deep Sea, looking coldly at the freighter, which was constantly approaching. Deep Sea, one of the 7 people, was used completely like a surfboard. Bruce will attack as a surfer. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Sit Anywhere, Kid. Deep Sea is renowned for its speed. By the time Bruce leaped aboard the freighter, everything was settled. With magical powers, it was only natural that he could easily dispatch a group of smugglers. When the freighter returned to port, and the smugglers were thrown off the ship, bound and tied, the long-awaited reporters swarmed over. It was thrilling, one reporter exclaimed. I almost thought the operation was a failure. They had been watching from afar, afraid to approach, fearing they would disrupt the superheroes' plan. Now, they could finally express their thoughts freely. I've never seen such a creative fighting method. One reporter brought a microphone close to Deep Sea. Mr. Deep Sea, how did you come up with the idea of catching Bruce aboard the freighter in that way? It's unthinkable, right? Deep Sea's face was bruised and blue. Being caught in the propeller had certainly hurt him badly. He cursed those damn reporters inwardly. They had to come interview me the moment he landed? Couldn't they give him a little time to put on his makeup? Didn't Deep Sea care about his image? How disappointed the fans would be if they saw this. Bruce and he combined had over 10 million fans. Yet, reporters kept asking Shanghai how he could come up with such a creative idea. Because I trust Bruce, Shanghai could only suppress the pain in his face and force a somewhat sunny smile. I know Bruce can take down those smugglers, so my mission is to get Bruce to them. Really? Bullshit. Bruce had clearly forced him to be a surfboard, but Shanghai couldn't say a word. He kept his suffering inside. Bruce was at the peak of his career, with a net worth of tens of billions. Even a little bit of his wealth would be enough for Shanghai to live on for a lifetime. No matter how much he felt wronged and cried, he had to swallow it down. Then, a reporter asked, but don't you feel like you've been upstaged? And it looked a bit embarrassing. The reporter didn't dare say that. Deep Ocean shook his head and said with a completely nonchalant expression, Bruce and I have a great relationship. That guy has magical powers and is incredibly interesting. He's bound to attract everyone's attention. I don't mind at all. After the interview ended, Bruce and Deep Ocean returned to the water tower. Deep Ocean couldn't wait to go to the medical center. Katoom stood on Bruce's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up with his wings. How was it surfing on Deep Ocean? It was just so-so. Bruce shook his head. It wasn't a great experience. I hope he can improve next time. Don't force it, Katoom said with a smile. From now on, you'll be the first person to experience a humanoid mount. You and I have something in common, huh? Bruce was stunned. When did Katoom get a humanoid mount? Never mind. Bruce returned to the lounge and turned on the TV, ready to check the news. Then he saw a breaking news report. A plane crashed in midair, crashing into the sea. Debris floated on the surface, and all the passengers were killed. Homelander and Maeve, meanwhile, faced the cameras, giving heartbreaking interviews. They weren't doomed, Homelander told the reporters with a complex mix of emotions. His eyes held 3 parts pain, 3 parts regret, 3 parts self-blame, and 1 part anger. We arrived 3 minutes after the plane went down, he said. But why? Because we weren't part of the chain of command. If we were, they could have been saved. Over 200 men, women, and children. Homelander wiped away a tear, his grief evident. It took him a long time to recover from the grief. But, he suddenly said, if we were included in the defense chain of command, I can assure you this will never happen again. That's my solemn promise as a superhero, isn't that right, Mailer? Queen Maeve, shaken from her trance by her name without warning, nodded and said, that's right. With his teammates' support, Homelander's emotions grew passionate. Pointing at the debris washing up, he spoke passionately, I promise you all again, this will never happen again. Never. God bless you, God bless America. In the Vice President's office at the Water Building, Vice President Madeleine had been watching Homelander's interview. A smile spread across her lips. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, followed by a knock. It was Homelander. Can I come in? Yes. The door opened, and Homelander entered with a swaggering energy. He had put on a performance that even he could hardly replicate. In that moment, he almost fooled himself. Madeleine was thrilled this time. She approached Homelander and cupped his face in her hands. You did a great job this time. A smile spread across Homelander's face, and he slowly closed the door. Good boy, good boy. Madeleine and Homelander sat down on the sofa together. The Vice President's mood could only be described as pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to seize such a prime opportunity. Once this news gets out, public opinion will be very favorable to us, she said. Your performance completely exceeded my expectations. How did you get to the crash site so quickly? Because I was on the plane, Homelander said. I thought it was a hijacking, but I didn't expect the captain to be dead. Saving 200 people would be too much trouble. I'd be exhausted. Good job, Madeleine encouraged. If you had saved all those people, you wouldn't have had such a good result. Come on, kid. She gently unbuttoned her skirt, revealing her thigh-high stockings. Homelander swallowed and slowly lay down on Madeleine's lap, the woman he had longed for. Remember what I told you before? Madeleine gently stroked Homelander's face. What do you represent? Hope, baseball, America, sunshine, Homelander replied, eyes closed. But not revenge. He had once taken it upon himself to kill Madeleine's enemy, and that was how he was accused. Homelander's heart ached. He had heard Madeleine being scolded by the councilman from next door. He had simply tried to do something for Madeleine, yet he received no gratitude at all. When Madeleine scolded him, Homelander felt like a child being scolded by his mother, receiving no love at all. Fortunately, things were different now. He had finally satisfied Madeleine. No one represents revenge, Madeleine whispered. This world doesn't need revenge. With you here, everything is moving towards a better future, Homelander smiled contentedly. He suddenly said, I can do more for you. You've already earned tens of billions of dollars for us, and you helped us so much today. Madeleine shook her head, lowering her head and looking at Homelander with gentle eyes. You don't have to do anything now. Just continue as you have. Hearing this, Homelander suddenly grew dissatisfied. He asked, like before? Still smiling, looking handsome, saying the scripted lines, to Homelander. This meant Madeleine still saw him as a tool, devoid of any further meaning. You've done well, Madeleine said the same thing. You've always protected us, but can I protect you too? If Homelander had heard this for the first time, he'd probably been moved to tears. But he'd heard it so many times before. Madeleine said it all the time. At this point, Homelander's initial good mood, enjoying the lap pillow, vanished. A sudden thought struck him. Is it possible that he wasn't that clever? Was Madeleine using him all along? No. Homelander was torn between inner and outer emotions. What he felt from Madeleine was clearly love. Well, that's enough for today. You should get to work. Madeleine patted Homelander's face, as if she were patting her own child. Homelander reluctantly sat up, still lingering on the feeling. But Madeleine had already begun to see him off. Homelander walked down the street, looking somewhat lost. It's Homelander. Suddenly, a few children ran over, looking up at him with clear eyes. Can we take a picture with you? Of course, kids, you're the real heroes. He flashed a bright and cheerful smile and took a photo with the children. Turning back, his expression instantly fell, returning to his earlier dejection. Homelander had just let out a sigh when another voice of surprise rang in his ear. It's Homelander. A few more children ran over, another photo, another professional smile. As soon as Homelander finished dismissing these children, new ones arrived. Homelander never lacked fans wherever he walked down the street. He never had time to be sad. Finally, Homelander couldn't stand it anymore and sped away from the neighborhood, stopping in front of a small tavern. It was quiet enough, where he could have a few drinks, though he wouldn't get drunk. Opening the door, the sound of tinkling wind chimes filled the air. The bar's decor seemed unique. Is Madeline really using me? Does he really love me? Homelander pondered this question as he approached the bar. Then a woman's voice rang out, "Take a seat, child." Child? Few people would address Homelander that way, which surprised him. He looked up and saw a strange woman wiping down wine glasses behind the bar. Green hair, pale face, painted with the grease paint to create a smile. Was that the look a normal woman would have? Homelander frowned, but didn't leave. Even if there was a problem, what could he do? Who could do anything to him? He plopped down at the bar. Chapter 124, My countryman is probably a Scorpio. What do you sell here? Homelander asked casually. In truth, even the strongest liquor couldn't stimulate Homelander's taste buds. Getting drunk was a luxury for him. Going to the tavern to get drunk was just a symbolic ritual. We sell everything, the woman suddenly said. It just depends on what you want. Such an arrogant tone. Homelander suddenly sneered. Do you know who I am? How dare you say I want what I want? I know. The woman suddenly pointed to a small TV nearby, which was constantly showing a video. Isn't it you? The TV was showing Homelander's previous interview. He had been full of energy on camera, a stark contrast to his current, somewhat weary self. Are you sincere in what you say on TV? The woman asked. I actually have a special gift. I can see into people's hearts. Some people look like they'll never give up, but they're actually softer than anyone else. I can tell. Hearing this, Homeland began to look the woman in the eye. He then realized that despite the strange makeup and the terrifying scar at the corner of her mouth, she was actually very beautiful, a beauty of kindness and tolerance. Homeland had only vaguely sensed this kind of beauty in Madeline. What's your name? He suddenly asked. You can call me Martha, the woman smiled. Martha. Martha. Homeland repeated the name silently several times, then said with interest, You just said you can see into people's hearts? Then look at mine. Homeland completely disbelieved this supposedly miraculous ability. His external image had long been fixed. He was a human god who protected the earth. He was so powerful that no one could see into his heart. Homeland was full of confidence, but Martha only glanced at him calmly. You're lonely, she said. Homeland's expression froze for a moment. He shifted his sitting position, clasping his hands together to cover his mouth. What makes you say that? Homelander said in a muffled voice. If you can't give me a reason, then I don't quite agree with this conclusion. Martha continued wiping the cups. Do you often find yourself daydreaming? You live surrounded by flowers and applause every day, yet you always feel that those people are far away, that no one can see your heart. You're not that perfect. You're very jealous and vindictive. Most importantly, you have a clear distinction between love and hate. If anyone treats you badly, you want to repay them 100-fold. If anyone treats you well, you want to do more for them. Unfortunately, no one truly loves you. You long for a friend, one who won't betray you, won't lie to you, won't deny you, but you haven't found one yet. Homelander, beneath your invulnerable exterior, there's a mean kid inside. Homelander fell silent, his heart churning. Oh my god, this is exactly me. Homelander stared at the woman named Martha in shock. Every word she said was a perfect description of him. How did you see that? He asked. Could this woman have some superpower? Like the sense, able to read people's minds? If so. Homelander's eyes suddenly sharpened. A superpower capable of reading minds? Such a person couldn't be kept alive. Sense had to touch someone's skin to read their mind, but this woman needed no restrictions at all. He had no secrets in front of her. You seem to have murderous intentions towards me. Martha wiped a glass and put it back on the shelf, then picked up the cocktail shaker and began mixing a drink. You can kill me if you want. I can't stop you, but at least wait until I finish this drink. Homelander had never met a woman like this before. She had no fear of him at all, and she treated him like an ordinary person. Homelander could hear Martha's heartbeat. It was normal and steady, even when he had just revealed his murderous intent. There had been no fluctuations. Interesting. Homelander decided not to kill Martha yet. You were wrong, Homelander corrected him. It's not that no one loves me, it's that everyone loves me. Really? Martha gave Homelander a half-smile. That's good. This attitude made Homelander's next words suddenly choke in his throat. Martha said calmly, there's a book that says there are 20,000 people in this world who are soulmates with you, but unfortunately, you may not meet any of them in your lifetime. Soulmates aren't magic, they're fate. Homelander, I hope you can have this fate too. As she finished speaking, she also put the final touches on the prepared drink. Martha pushed the glass towards Homelander. Drink it, this one's on you, she said. After you drink it, you can kill me. Homelander looked at the wine glass in front of him. It was clear and transparent, dotted with a few pieces of mint, and exuded a faint sweet aroma. He picked up the wine glass without any worries and drank it all. Suddenly, an unprecedented feeling came over him. He felt his scalp itchy and his brain a little dizzy. Is this what it feels like to be drunk? Homelander thought. Only a little bit, which made him feel slightly drunk, but still remained sober. The original depression in his heart disappeared at this moment. Homelander stood up, his steps a little unsteady. He took a last look at Martha, and prepared to leave. Wait, suddenly, Martha called him. Homelander turned around and saw Martha handing him a hot handkerchief. This wine is very strong, you can use this handkerchief to apply it later. Martha sighed. Don't forget to take care of yourself because you have a strong physique. Homelander, bewildered, took the handkerchief and placed it on his forehead. He didn't know why he had to obey Martha's orders, but he didn't object to the feeling. They both agreed, and the murder wasn't mentioned again. Homelander walked to the door and suddenly turned back. Can I come again next time? I'm open for business. Martha raised her head, a smile painted in oil paint. You're always welcome. A warmth flowed through Homelander's heart, an indescribable feeling. He reluctantly left, leaving Martha alone in the shop. Alice, you're still a child after all. Martha sighed suddenly, her voice echoing in the empty shop. She hadn't read Homelander's heart at all. She had only said a few cliches. She'd read from the astrology book. If Homelander thought all of this fit him, then he must be a Scorpio. The trap set by deliberately sacrificing a witch was not in vain, Martha murmured. Owl, I hope you share my goal. Homelander can't be without weaknesses, Bruce was whispering with Owl in his residence. I've observed him for a long time, and he has serious psychological problems, Bruce said. Perhaps we can start from this aspect. Be careful, you'll break it. Katoom shook his head. Homelander was already very bad, and now he has some psychological problems, which have become the shackles that bind him. If you keep provoking him psychologically, be careful that Homelander will go on a killing spree. What should we do then? This was the first time Bruce had encountered such an enemy. In terms of strength, Homelander was invincible in this world. Bruce would definitely lose in a head-on confrontation. He wanted to use other means, but he was afraid that Homelander's heart would collapse and he would completely lose control. That's how superheroes are, Katoom said. Even the powerful Superman, after his heart collapses, will be controlled by Darkseid. Who is Darkseid? Bruce asked. A mathematician who loves to study equations. Forget about him, Katoom said. Back to Homelander. We'd better come up with something effective. What could they think of? Bruce, having joined the Seven, had finally understood a truth. The gap between superheroes was wider than between humans and dogs. Bruce could easily find a way to defeat the other members of the Seven. Only Homelander was different. Katoom, explain it to me, Bruce suddenly said. Isn't there a Superman in my world too? Can you tell me how I dealt with him? There's no way to replicate that. Homelander doesn't have a weakness like kryptonite. Katoom shook his head. Right now, we probably have two options. Go ahead, Bruce said, indicating he was listening. First, since Homelander is strong, find a teammate who's even stronger. Don't look at me, I'm just on vacation, not taking any action. A teammate stronger than Homelander. Does this world really exist? It exists, don't worry, Katoom said. You didn't notice it before, but you can look it up yourself now. I'm sure you'll find it soon. Okay, Bruce wrote down. What's another way? That requires some Hogwarts tricks. Suddenly, Katoom pulled a diary from its feathers. It was Voldemort's diary, transformed by Ravenclaw. Ever since Ravenclaw gave it to you, I've been studying its new functions, the owl said. And then I realized your new teacher is quite good to you. Oh? Bruce was intrigued. Ever since Ravenclaw gave it to him last time, he had casually given it to Katoom for safekeeping. Later, when he asked Katoom for it, the owl refused to give it back. Once it's in my hands, it's mine, the owl said brazenly. There's no taking it back. It's just a temporary loan. Bruce wanted to roast the owl. Now, however, Katoom was willing to give it up, which surprised Bruce. Don't overthink it, I'm lending it to you, the owl said. I've already written my name on this diary. It's mine, it even has Tom Riddle's name on it, Bruce said. Damn Tom, Katoom cursed. Why would he write his name in my diary? The owl then tossed the diary to Bruce. Bruce took it. On the cover was an eagle outlined in silver, the symbol of Ravenclaw. Open it and see. Your teacher left a message for you, Katoom said, resting on Bruce's shoulder, muttering to himself. I didn't expect Ravenclaw to be so generous. I wonder if I could get some benefits if I became her student. Bruce, unsure, simply flipped open the diary. As if sensing Bruce's presence, words appeared on the blank page. Dear Bruce, hello. I'm your brilliant teacher, Rowena Ravenclaw. By the time you read this, I should have eaten and drunk enough. This soul-bearing diary is my gift to you. Inside, I've left 3 spells. With your current abilities, you should only be able to unlock the first one. That's the dream spell I once used. To unlock it, shout Long Live Ravenclaw 3 times into the diary. Chapter 125 Women are like fine wine. A spell for a beautiful dream? Bruce frowned. What's the difference between this and the illusion charm? A huge difference, Katoom said. One creates the illusion, the other traps the enemy in a dream. One relies on your imagination, the other relies on the enemy's own imagination. How can they be the same? After hearing the owl's explanation, Bruce immediately understood. This dream spell was probably much more practical than the illusion charm. Teacher is so kind to me. Bruce happily took the diary and was about to unlock the first spell. Ravenclaw still didn't understand Batboy well enough. She thought a few Long Live Ravenclaws would make Bruce feel troubled for a long time. But she was wrong. If Bruce had just left DC, he might have been worried about whether it was embarrassing or not. But Bruce now has a lot of ideas. Bruce held the diary in one hand and raised 3 fingers with the other. I, Katoom, solemnly declare, he said quickly, Long live Ravenclaw, long live Ravenclaw, long live Ravenclaw. After 3 sounds, a silver light suddenly flashed on the diary. The first spell appeared. Seeing Bruce's operation, Katoom immediately raised his wings and gave a thumbs up. Good boy, you provoked me first, the owl said, then what I do with your name in the future is none of your business. Bruce ignored Katoom and read the new words that appeared in the diary. The words were not long, and he finished reading them quickly. Then Bruce raised his head, his face full of anger, and slammed the table. The old woman is bullying me too much. Katoom flew behind Bruce, wanting to see what was written on it. Then he saw ha. I told you to shout and you really shouted. Little Bruce, it's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that the dream spell is too difficult. You can't learn it just by looking at the words. Don't worry, I will teach you seriously when school starts next time. Love you. Seeing this text, even the owl couldn't hold it back. The old woman has such evil intentions, deceiving 2 honest people like us, the owl said angrily. She must still be holding a grudge against you for scolding her last time, Bruce. It's all your fault. Bruce was also quite dissatisfied. A Ravenclaw, so old, was still holding a grudge against a child like him. Couldn't they just pretend nothing happened? Let's reconcile and move on together. She wouldn't even bother. What a mean spirit. Just as Bruce and Katoom were calling the old woman a mean spirit, new words suddenly appeared in the diary. Both man and bird leaned forward. Bruce. Are you secretly scolding me right now? Absolutely not. Bruce shook his head immediately. More words appeared. Well, although the spell is difficult to learn, I'm also worried that you've really encountered something serious. While I can't help you learn the spell instantly, your ability to use dreams is still possible. I've enchanted this diary. You can use it as a medium to create dreams, and the ingredient for the spell is a drop of the dreamer's blood. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Bruce and Katoom fell silent. They stared at each other, and then the owl said, How could you curse just now? The teacher was so kind to you, you did it, Bruce said calmly, and I tried to stop you. Bruce, lying will get you struck by lightning. You're flying higher than me, so if I'm going to be struck, I'll strike you first. After the two guys exchanged some accusations, the incident was over. Ravenclaw didn't really ignore Bruce, they did leave him a solution to his problem. However, this solution was a bit difficult to implement. Will the Homelanders bleed? Bruce asked. This was his biggest concern. Of course. Superman and Thanos will bleed, not to mention Homelander, Katoom said. But getting their blood requires some trickery. You're saying names I don't know again. Who is Thanos? Bruce asked. How do you know so many strange people? Thanos is also a mathematician, studying population models, the owl said casually. He and Darkseid are in the same field. Bruce shook his head, completely unconvinced. It's true that birds can't speak human language. Back to the point, they now faced a difficult problem. If they could get their blood, everything would be easier to deal with Homelander. The spell Ravenclaw cast on the diary wasn't a simple dream spell. It was more like creating a channel, allowing Bruce to penetrate the diary and enter Homelander's inner world. Uncover his hidden secrets and influence his inner self. Ravenclaws supposedly believe in the inherent goodness of human nature, Katoom said. Her original idea was to let you enter the mind of your enemy and find a way to turn him into a good person. Bruce nodded, he agreed with Ravenclaw's idea. Naive? How could someone with unparalleled power be a good person? Even if their heart was pure, their surroundings would subtly change them. Bruce, what are your thoughts now? Should we still use this trick? Of course, Bruce nodded. But I'm not going to turn Homelander into a good person. I'm going to use another method, a Batman method. Hearing this, Katoom couldn't help but glance at Bruce. Was this guy trying to turn Homelander into a fool? That was unacceptable. An invincible fool would only make it easier to destroy the world. But as a parent who didn't want to spoil his child's fun, Katoom held off on raising any objections. Let's see what Bruce did. Now we only have one problem left, Bruce said. How do we make Homelander bleed? Two problems, Katoom corrected. How do you make Homelander bleed and then escape unscathed, and then enter his inner world? Bruce was momentarily stumped. He considered his current powers, magic and some fists and kicks. None of these seemed capable of making Homelander bleed. Will the slashing curse work? Bruce thought of the Half-Blood Prince's notes, which contained a spell that could tear the target and cause severe bleeding. Thank you for thinking so highly of Snape, Katoom said. He would be proud of you. The essence of slashing curse is to use spells to cut the enemy, not to cause them to tear themselves apart. A spell like this would at most shred Homelander's clothes. That leaves only two options, Bruce said. Either we find that dagger, a weapon made of nth metal that should be able to cut Homelander's skin, or, as you suggested, we find teammates who can stand up to Homelander. He looked at the owl. Now, can you tell me who that person is? Having said that, Katoom didn't keep the secret any longer. That person is called Soldier Boy. You should have heard of him. Soldier Boy? Isn't he dead? Bruce frowned. This matter was known to everyone. Is there something hidden? At this moment, a strange idea came to Bruce's mind. Is it that in the world of superheroes, those guys who were powerful in the past and were thought to be dead can always find an excuse to jump out again? But it must be said that if it was Soldier Boy, he could indeed fight Homelander. He was the first and greatest superhero in the United States and the former leader of the superhero team Blood Dead and Blood Pay. Soldier Boy helped good defeat evil in World War II. And in 1984, during a nuclear power plant meltdown, he heroically sacrificed his life to save the United States. At least that's what the official report said. Soldier Boy is not dead, and he has lived to this day. Katoom said, if you agree, we can go and liberate him, let him fight Homelander, and then we can pick up the spoils on the side. Don't. After hearing this, Bruce resolutely rejected this suggestion. In order to deal with a monster, choose to release another monster? If the Soldier Boy solves the Homelander, who'll solve the Soldier Boy? Forget it. Let's rely on that dagger. Bruce sighed. I didn't expect that things would go around in circles and still return to the starting point. Lately, Bruce has been keeping an eye out for unusual murders. If Dagger were to manipulate others to kill, there would undoubtedly be many unsolved cases. The victims would die under mysterious circumstances, with no trace of the killer. Bruce's search was indeed this way, but as he searched, he became completely lost. It wasn't that there weren't any cases, it was that there were too many. The vast majority of these unsolved cases, as Bruce followed the clues, ultimately led back to Vought Corporation. The perpetrators in those cases were, in fact, Vought Corporation's superheroes. Not just the 7, but Vought Corporation's secondary heroes, too, were ruthless in their murders of ordinary people. There was even a comprehensive system for disposing of the bodies and eliminating any evidence. Bruce had witnessed a wealth of evil in recent times. It was true, if you only had a passing understanding of Vought Corporation's superheroes, you might curse them. But upon further investigation, you'd want to kill them. Bruce had witnessed firsthand the horror of a world where superhumans ran rampant and acted with impunity. The idea of finding the dagger by investigating cases was sheer fantasy. No one had the patience or brainpower to find one or two insignificant cases amidst a vast sea of files, link them together, and ultimately find traces of the dagger. No one. Now that we can't find the dagger, we can only wait for it to find us, Katoom said. I still stick with my opinion. Releasing Soldier Boy is a good option. Owl's perspective was broader than Bruce's. He knew that Soldier Boy was a jerk, a human nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. But Soldier Boy's special abilities were remarkable. They could incapacitate other metahumans. He himself would faint from the overload explosion. Dealing with him was still easier than Homelander. Besides, if they didn't release Soldier Boy, someone else would. In the world of black robes, trouble would always find you. There was no way to avoid it. Bruce didn't know what Katoom was thinking, but he stuck to his guns. Forget about Soldier Boy. When superhumans fight, only ordinary people suffer. There's still time, Bruce thought. He can always find a way to get Homelander's blood in a way that minimizes the impact. Suit yourself, Katoom didn't insist. His reason for wanting to release Soldier Boy wasn't actually for any righteous purpose. It was mainly because this guy was so interesting, and if he was released, Homelander's reaction would be interesting. Besides, Soldier Boy had a famous saying, women are like fine wine, the older they get, the mellower they become. It's not clear who DC's pursuers are yet, but judging by the name Mother, it should be a woman, not young at all. Maybe even gray-haired. Letting Soldier Boy out might be a good show. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.